Hey, what is happening, guys? Happy Hump Day, I guess it is. Happy Wednesday, guys. It is April 4th, 2024 already. Moving along quickly. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining me today. I do appreciate you guys so very much. Again, guys, we are still on the search for Sebastian Rogers. There's a couple updates and stuff I want to cover with you guys. And of course, there's a new search going on. Cluminati was out there this morning, all over the place, as a lot of you guys saw. Got to give her the props. Her and Cletus both were putting in the work, guys. And I appreciate that from them so very much, as always. But again, as always, thank you all for joining me. And I think we should get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. What up? What up? What up? What's up with all you awesome peeps? Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. It's great to have you guys here with me today. Again, thank you all that joined me last night. It was a very, very interesting show. A lot of interesting things talked about last night, and it was very much appreciated for everybody that joined me. What in the world already do we have here? Looks like a little bit is in the house and already gifted 5 memberships. Good Lord Almighty. Thank you so much for that. And it looks like Pick Me, Twizzle Stick, Newman 25, Peppermint Tea, April QT were all gifted memberships. Welcome, all you new meatballs, for one. And thank you so much again for that little bit. I appreciate you so very much. And welcome to you for today. Appreciate you. Great to have you all here. Speaking of which, I don't know what I just said, but let's see who is here so far. Start at the bottom and work our way to the top because that's backwards. Good luck. And we still got Miss Cassie. 9 months she's been a member here, part of this community, and I appreciate you so very much, Miss Cassie. Thank you so much for being here, being part of this community, and doing what you do. As a moderator, you are appreciated. Yes, thank you so much. Speaking of, so now looks like Miss Deborah Thompson's back in the house this morning. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, I should say. Well, I'm just gonna have to get to that in a minute. Good Lord, they're dropping all over the place. Doodlebug's in the house, of course. Doodle, welcome. Hello, hello. Of course, Miss Cassie's in the house. Mark and Betty, welcome back to you. Michelle Farrow, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Brandy B, never a doubt. Mark and Betty, great to see you. Taylor, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Tia Michelle, welcome. Great to see you as well. Leslie and Billy, always a pleasure. Walt Harris, it looks like you've been here for a minute, brother. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Robin 407, welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us today. Nevada K, aka Miss Christie, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for joining us every day. Of course, like I said, Doodlebug, my doodle's in the house. Stayed up late with me last night doing some research, I guess you could call it. Pick me, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Kimber, always a pleasure. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Got to have some sleep, of course. Norma Fralin, always happy to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Gwen Rat, thank you for being here. Very happy to see you. Angel of Virtue, always a pleasure. Thank you for being here again today. Miss Carolyn Miller, always happy to see you. Thank you for joining us. CR, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Tia Michelle, Virginia Wolf, what's happening, brother? Good to see you. Thank you for listening today. I appreciate you very much. Miss Chemistry Queen in the house, thank you for joining us today, as well as Miss Shelley. Thank you for being here. Always happy to see you both. And of course, Miss Salty, True Crime Times in the house. Thank you for joining us today, Salty. I appreciate you very much. Excuse me. Hope Floats, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Let's see. Mr. Philip Hughes, my friend. Good to see you today, sir. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling great today, sir. Thank you for jumping in. We appreciate you very much, sir. Again. Make sure I'm getting everybody up here. Miss Ashley, 421, back in the house. Thank you for joining us. Evie Marie, welcome back to you. Great to see you. May Z, welcome, welcome. Always happy to see you guys. Cunning Stunt in the house. Welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us today. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. We're getting to the top now. Nada Drama Nana in the house. Welcome back to you. Good to see you. I see these green hearts popping up, guys. Let's light this chat up in support of Sebastian, showing that love and support for him with all the green we can, guys. If you will, please do that. I appreciate that very much. Let's see. Did I miss anybody up in here? I don't know. Teresa Morton, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Miss Tracy again. Thank you for joining us. Great to see you today. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Welcome back to you. Good to see you. Number 2 on that button today. Thank you for that. We're at 71 likes with 132 people. We're getting there. You guys are rolling us lately. I appreciate that very much. Let's make it match, guys. We're almost there and get this in the algorithm if we can. Miss Victoria is in the house. Welcome, Victoria. Good to see you today. Thick Infant back in the house. What's going on? Fat Baby Toodles. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Moonlit Baby, welcome back to you. Thank you for being here. Let me see here. SWTC, what's going on, Steve? Good to see you today, brother. Thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure. And you guys are quick. Doesn't even take a second. It is green as hell in here now. Thank you, guys. D. Smith, welcome back to you. I appreciate you very much. Miss Val, Hope Floats in the house. Good to see you. Thank you to all my awesome moderators, all the wrench carriers. Thank you for being here to do what you do every single day. I appreciate you guys and wouldn't nor couldn't do this without you because you're all the best. Thank you for being here and I appreciate you so very much. Did I get everybody? I think I did, but on your way in the door, guys, please don't forget to hit that like button. Leave me a little bit of DNA. It doesn't take but a second and one finger to do it, please, if you will. And let's get this in the algorithm so everybody can see this so that we can get the word out to help find this amazing young man and bring him home, please. Miss Pamela's in the house from over the pond. Welcome back, Polly Pepper. Great to see you today. I hope you're doing well. We got 131 peeps in the chat and only 83 likes. Come on now, guys. Let's make this match if we can. We got to get this in that algorithm. Sorry, guys. Lip locked no more. New sub here, catching my second live. Well, welcome, and it's wonderful to have you here. I love all the new faces. I really, really do, and I appreciate you all so very much, guys. Let's make sure that we are welcoming all the new people with open arms and making them feel as comfortable and at home as we can. Please, please, Jamie K. Hey, welcome back to you, and thank you for that DNA. I appreciate you very much. It's great to see you all here today. So, very happy and grateful for all of you very much. Guys, we hit 8,031 this morning when I checked everything, and that is amazing to me, and I appreciate you all so very much for that. We are growing like crazy every day. We have 95 likes right now, 141 peeps in here. Come on, guys, 96. I bet you we're going to jump to 101 here in about 3 seconds. Watch. Welcome back, Miss Paula. Thank you for joining us today. 97. Well, Jay Money, welcome from East Tennessee. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for supporting the search for Sebastian's Army, as I call it, Sebastian's Army. We got them all over the place. Yes, lots of new people in here. I love seeing all these new faces. It's wonderful. 99. Who's going to be number 100? Come on now. Let's do it. Let's do it. 101 in the house. We did it, guys. You guys rock and roll. We are in the algorithm. Everybody's going to see this, and that's so very important to me because of Sebastian, guys. Thank you for that. Susie Storm, welcome back. Good to see you today. I hope you all had a wonderful start to your day. I did survive these crazy storms in here last night, guys. Telling you right now, I wasn't sure. Me and Toto was scared. I didn't know I was going to make it in here today. There was tornadoes all around me, but we survived, and here we are again to live another day and hang with all you awesome people who I am very grateful for. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Please sit down. Have a conversation with me. We got so many things to discuss, as always. Excuse me. Jay Money. I see the green hearts. Thank you for that. Good. I'm glad to hear that. We got a lot of, I didn't realize how much till I went, and it's beautiful and sunny out today. Crazy. It's crazy. Because I had to run to the store this morning. There's water everywhere. And I mean everywhere. We got so much rain last night. When I was in here live with you guys, I could hear it raining and hammering, the thunder and stuff. Thank God my internet stayed on. My power didn't go out. I was super surprised. I heard that there was cancellations for schools all over the place because of flooding. I'm surprised because we got that last year. I'm surprised we didn't get it this year. Mr. Caden would have been super happy. Again, thank you a little bit for gifting those 5 memberships. To Pick Me, Twizzle Sticks, Michelle Farrow, New and 25, Peppermint Tea, and Miss April QT. Welcome to the sauce, all you new meatballs, as you jump in the sauce with the rest of us as we spill a little sauce every day when we talk about these things. It is appreciated. And welcome, Jackie Bushables. Yes, I thought I was going to have to put the red slippers on. No place like home. There ain't no lie to that one, Angel. Party of 5. Welcome back. Good to see you guys. You got lucky. That's good to know. Oh, Lord. I'm sorry to hear that, Shelly. SRB's up or down in the southern tip of where I'm at, and I was worried about them because they got hit pretty hard down there. They've been getting hit down there pretty hard. And welcome, SRB. Good to see you. How is the boy doing today? I hope it's better than it was yesterday. I hope it gets better every day a little bit each time. It's great to see you, SRB. Here we go. What did you do to irritate her, Cassie? I know how this works. She just doesn't come out being mean. Your mother's about one of the sweetest people I know, so you had to do something to taunt her. I see it. I see it right there. Before you even say anything, I can see it. There it is. You called her by her name, SRB. Don't ignore me. See? I know better, Cass. Hold on, guys. Sorry, guys. All right. See? Glasses. No, that's one of the first things we're going to talk about. The glasses are not Sebastian's. That's true. That was put out by law enforcement. So that's one thing that we can let go of. Thank the Lord. Okay, Ms. Sash 76, welcome from the UK. New subscriber. Amen to that. Definitely needs to be found. And thank you for joining us. I love all our UKers and all our Aussies as well. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Lip Locked. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it very much. War Eagle's in the house. What's going on, War Eagle? Thank you for joining us. I'm glad to hear that he's doing better, SRB. I really am. He's up and moving around. That's good to know. That's very, very good to hear. Awesome. I figured it might take a little time, but he'll get back in the swing of things. Next thing you know, he'll be running around like crazy. It's windy here. Something's coming. We already had ours. I hope it doesn't come back because it was crazy here last night. Telling you. I opened my door a couple times and it's pitch black out here when it's nighttime, guys. You can't see nothing. Like you can't see like 5 feet in front of your face. So I opened a door at about 1 a.m. and just stood there for a minute and I was just watching. The trees were bent in half. It was crazy. Welcome, Shane Nolan. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Again, thank you to all of you that tuned in last night. I think it was a really good show. It was informative in a lot of ways. And some things were talked about that I think need to be talked about. There were some good points about this, and one of the biggest things about this case with this amazing young man, at Vix Logic's been a member for 9 months. That's awesome, Vix. Thank you for that. We appreciate you very much. Maybe somebody else that I missed up in here too that had a anniversary. Oh, that's the boss. 1 second, everyone. All right, everyone. The big boss lady, Mrs. Dago, says hello and thank you to everyone for supporting this and myself. I have to take her calls, or it would be bad, guys. She only calls me twice a day, once on her morning break and once in her at her lunch break when it's over. So my apologies for making you guys hang on there, but I appreciate it. There you go. Thank you for that. Please hit that like button if you will. Let's see here. Thank you, Salty. I appreciate that. Congrats, War Eagle. 8 months in the sauce with the rest of us. We appreciate that very much. Groot's in the house. Welcome, Groot. Thank you for joining us. Mittens for Kittens. Welcome back. Good to see you. I appreciate you guys also. I saw a lot of you guys over there supporting Clue and Cletus as they were out doing their drive and search and stuff like that they were doing. Thank you guys for supporting that. That's important in a lot of ways as well. Um, so like I said, guys, first out of the gate, so that everybody can relax, the glasses did not have anything to do with absolutely that had nothing to do with Sebastian's case. And yes, that is absolutely fact right there. We do love to inform the community with actual facts, guys. So yeah, I had wondered. I got the address to where the glasses were found last night, and I was curious. And bing, bang, boom, they do not belong. So it's good to know that right out of the gate, so that can be let go and moved along. I think it's awesome that you take the boss lady's calls. I prefer real people. Makes me feel well. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Welcome. Appreciate that very much, actually. Welcome, Huckleberry from Canada up north. How are you? Thank you for joining us today. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And that's a beautiful kitty. I love cats. Um, love the kitties. He's a cutie. That's one thing that will always happen. I stated that a long time ago. If I'm in here doing a thing, I have to ask everybody to hold on. I try to make it quick for a moment when Mrs. Dago calls because it's important that I talk to her every single day. She is the love of my life, and I miss her dearly when she's not here, so I get to hear her voice when she's not here, and that's important to me. So my apologies ahead of time to anybody. Um, has anybody heard? Nope, not today. Good to see you today. I know so much about other towns from my time in maps. Gotcha. That's a good thing, though. That's an awesome thing. Salty, I appreciate it too. Has anyone heard the Proudfoots moved to Memphis? I have no idea. I don't know that that's fact. I do know that their house is not up for sale. That has been proven time and time again. So just so everybody knows, Cletus was putting that out this morning as well. We looked it up yesterday. Molly did her thing and found for a fact that there was the names on the house that is owned by Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Chris is the primary. So just to dispel any of this falsities, any of the falsities that are being put out, push it to the side and move forward into the truth. We got to keep it going, guys. We got to keep it going. We got to keep all the facts out there that we can and get rid of all these crazy things that keep getting put out there because the rumor mill is bad. And you know that. And it bugs me because we've dealt with the rumor mills and all the hearsay stuff that's gone through the Idaho case, Delphi, this and that. Not so much Delphi because that's been kept pretty fractional, thank the Lord. But like Idaho and all that stuff, this is a human, like a child. Okay, a human being that is missing, that is in a bad way in some form. So to have anything other than actual facts involved with this is just not good at all. It's not good in any fashion for any case, but this to me, it's like I can't do it. I just don't like it. So, and that's it. That the rumors help nothing. They're not. They help nothing at all. So, period. We gotta keep our eye on the prize, and that is bringing home Sebastian. Period. This camera thing is driving me nuts. You guys only seeing part of my face for whatever reason. I don't know how this got moved. My grandkids must have been messing with this or something. Here we go. Now you can see all of this ugliness. Moonlit baby, good to see you today. It didn't take me too long to know which creators to follow and who to avoid. I get it. I get it. There's going to be some creators out there, and I'm not naming names and I'm not downing anybody, okay? I have not purposely, but I have put out certain misinformation based on accidental understandings and things like that. I don't do that regularly, and I will not do it purposely. I will not clickbait something ever. I just don't do that. But I've made mistakes and put out things that aren't right. Not ever on purpose, though, okay? There are some channels you can go to that is all they do because that's what they want, and that's the way they do it, you know? And I'm not degrading that, talking down about it. That's just their choice. I choose not to do that. I'm surrounded by an amazing community and an amazing group of people that support me and help me with the things that I do that don't do that either. And they will make sure that I don't do that in any way, shape, or form, whether they need to drag me into the closet, beat me over the head with a broom and say, that's not right. Let's put this out. You know what I mean? That's how we try to do things here, just so everybody knows. I do not subscribe to the drama on purpose ever. I do not play into all of the aliens are involved and all that crazy crap. I don't buy tickets to the circus, if you know what I'm saying. I just don't do it. And a couple of weeks ago, Cletus called and said, "Hey," or called this out and said, "This is gonna turn into a 3-ring circus." Well, here we are, folks. Like I said the other day, da 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 da. Here we are. And I don't subscribe to that at all. This is important to me. This is important, period. This is a child, along with all these other cases that we've been talking about. These are real things, guys. It's not a joke. Um it's not something to be played on as entertainment per se. Okay. I bring this to you guys to get awareness out there, to get the word out, to get his space out there every day. As I said I would until they bring him home. I'm not going to stop on this until we see him brought home, period. So that is why I'm saying these things now. This is not entertainment. That's absolutely true, Huckleberry. It's sad. It's horrific and sad. What I do is just to bring the awareness of it, to make it known for the whole world to see, which is why I push so bad to get this stuff in the algorithm so that everybody can see it, not just this group. Okay. And this one, yeah, I agree with D. This one definitely hits different in a lot of ways. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Thank you for joining us, Molly. Good to see you today in your little alien thing. Thank you, Moonlit. I appreciate that very much. I try to give you guys the best because I feel that that's what you deserve. The best that I can do, at least. I'm obviously by no fashion the best. I don't think that at all. But I give you the best that I can from me. And I try to give you as much honesty as I possibly can. Miss Kara Willis, welcome. Good to see you today. Hope you're doing wonderful. Another from over the pond. Yes, it was a life lesson. It was a lesson in true crime. It was a lesson in everything. So much I learned from this, from the Idaho 4 case, and I'm still going to be covering it. Don't worry. But I learned probably halfway through it that I wasn't covering it the right way. I was allowing for things that shouldn't have been allowed because I didn't know that it wasn't that I was doing it purposely. I was a different type of person at the time. I felt that everybody should be able to speak whatever they want to speak, not realizing that people are going to say things that they just shouldn't be saying. So I had to put a curb to that. I got slapped around a little bit by a couple pretty awesome people that are part of this community and said, "What the hell are you doing? Get your shit together." I'm not going to say any names. Salty. And it opened my eyes a little bit to like, what the hell are you doing? What is going on? Like, stop. And I was like, kind of like worried, like, whoa, did I really do that? Did I allow for this? Did I allow for that? Doesn't matter. It's in the past. I got myself together and realized what I needed to do to bring this channel back to being something important, okay? Something prominent that people could look to and not go, "Oh my god, really?" You know? Because it was happening, and I didn't blame those people. I still don't, but I took accountability. I still take accountability, and I always will for any mistakes that I make. Period. That's all there is to it. So, uh, all that being said, that has no bearing on what we're doing today, but I just wanted to make that known to some people that are newer. Welcome, Terry Martin. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. um, I want this place to be a comfortable place where people can come in here, feel comfortable that they're here, relaxed, not have to worry about being attacked, it still happens from time to time because people have differences of opinions. I try to regulate that, and moderators do as well. I have two rules in here, period, that they're not very hard to follow. One of them is the main rule is we never, ever, please ever victim shame any of the victims from any of the cases that we cover. And please just respect each other. That's all I care about. That's it. You don't even have to respect me, which my moderators don't like me saying, but you don't have to respect me. Please respect each other is all I ask for. That's it. And respect this platform. Because that's how to keep it a nice place to come to. You know what I mean? For everybody. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Exactly. Thank you, Nevada. So, again, welcome to everybody. Thank you, War Eagle, for that very much. And that as well, very much. Thank you. And I've made a decision after yesterday too that we're going to start doing more shows based on the cases as well that we're covering, more on an education basis to teach about some of the things that are, how can I explain this? That are involved in the cases that we're covering. For instance, we're looking for a child that has autism. Well, a lot of people don't understand it. I'm very grateful for Mind of Monsters coming in last night. Draw Latina, bringing. She's a psychiatrist and a doctor. Not everybody agrees with her, but she does have some good, valid points, and her education. She puts out there. I'm glad that she chooses this channel as one of her home channels to spread that info. Mind of Monsters, same thing. I mean, I'm very grateful for those people to be able to help to educate in a lot of different ways. That's something I think needs to happen. When we're talking about something that involves specific things in a case, people need to understand exactly what's involved with that. Salty made a huge point to me yesterday. We had a conversation, and I never thought of it until she said it. We don't know Sebastian. We know who his parents are very well because they've done multiple interviews. And I'm not being rude when I say this, but I don't care. I don't care who they are. I care who Sebastian is. That is how we can help to find him, by knowing who he is, knowing his quirks, knowing the issues that he may have, knowing the different things that may happen if he's encountered by somebody or if he is found in a specific state, knowing the way he could be not having medications for 5 weeks and things like that. You know what I'm saying? That was something that was like, boom, you know what I mean? Poof. And I was like, damn, thank you. That was, and then yesterday, a lot of yesterday's show kind of went into that too. Last night's, I'm sorry. And it helped in a lot of ways to understand what we're doing here, why this child may have left or ran away or was taken in some sense. What could have happened? It helps you to understand who he is. He's not just like I said last night, he's not just like my son. My son is definitely um more advanced than what Sebastian is. And I hate Great Pearl came up and spoke on something, and I think she was right. I hate using the word because of that now, high functioning, because it's not the right term for it, guys. It's just not. So at this point, guys, to understand who this child is, the things that he could go to, the fact that he throws himself on the ground and bites himself and hits himself, that's not what I pictured in my mind as we were explained who he was. Now, knowing that, it's okay, we're looking for a different situation here, which could say that he could go to a different area of instead of being looked for in specific places now. It makes you kind of get a more of an understanding, and it was very important, I think. So again, we're going to start doing some of those educational shows to go along with things we're talking about. If we're talking about somebody that has an addiction to stealing cars, well, we're going to look into something like that, the basis behind that, the psychology behind that, to know what we're talking about too. The scientific aspect of things, I think, is important when we cover these cases. And as we grow as a whole in a community, in the true crime community, I think it's going to help people to get a more better understanding of one, the victims, two, um, the suspects, different things like that. I think that's going to be really important. Um, Forensics, again, another thing, guys. I think that we're going to start looking into that side of things. That's the side that I love. Okay, I'll be honest with you. At one point in my life, I wanted to be, um, a forensics, like a CSI worker for the police department. Actually, I wanted to work for the FBI, but um, the forensic side of things, it's important for people to understand that. Just like with Idaho and all the stuff like that, that we could have looked at that we didn't really. Somewhat, I did a little bit, but going forward with the cases we're covering, I think that's going to be part of what I do. Um, I think that would be a big deal because a lot of people come in here and they're like, well, what does this mean? What does that mean? How does this pertain to this? And what the hell does that have to do with that? So we can take the time to do a show and explain all that. And then you'll going into the next experience you have, because it's all going to be wrapped up in the same ball of true crime. Um, you'll understand it more as we move into different cases. So that's going to be something that I think we're going to start doing here. Welcome, Cold Case Crystal. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. True crime burp. So yeah, that's going to be something new that we're going to be throwing into what we're going to be doing. Right. Forensics is a huge thing, guys, because like I said, I hate to talk about this or even say this, but it is still something we're going to be covering. With Idaho, a lot of people didn't understand like how the forensic side of that worked. And that was a big deal in that case. So if we can sit down and bring people in that specialize in that kind of thing, that have education in that kind of thing, or even just do a lot of research on it and then talk about it, it's going to make you guys more comfortable with it and make you understand things in those aspects a lot more. So that's a big plan of mine. I've been thinking about. It's been a while, but after yesterday, I think it really kind of clicked for me. I'm sorry, Doodle. I couldn't help myself. Illuminati, what's going on? Good to see you today. How are you? I know they're out there organized and hopping around. Yes. And thank you for your live earlier, Clue, as you and Cletus went out and about, showing the different areas and the groupings and all the different stuff in different places. I really appreciate that, as does everybody else. So thank you for that, Clue. I appreciate you guys very much. Oop, wait a minute. We're planning on going to Lock 4 Road. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. So like I said, for those that just popped in here, real quick again, the glasses do not belong to the case at all. There's nothing linking them to the case. As Cletus was claiming in their show today too, The house is not up for sale. I showed yesterday who the house belongs to. Um, we're going to cover that stuff tonight, by the way. For those of you that are interested, I'm going in tonight and doing an Idaho 4 case or an Idaho 4 show, covering documents and getting everybody ready for the hearing that's supposed to be tomorrow, because that's what will be on tomorrow. Just to give everybody a heads up on that. But we will be covering this tonight and then that tomorrow, so that you guys will know. But I showed yesterday who the house belongs to. It is in Chris and Katie Proudfoot's name. Chris is the primary on it, and it's not for sale. I don't know how that started, but we ended it and moved on. So, welcome, JC. There you go. It's a good idea. Very good idea. Yes, Clue, thank you for everything you guys do. It's very much appreciated. Hey, Jenny, good to see you. Well, don't be zooming in on people's bedrooms, Clue. Mm-hmm. You know what? I know. And I'm so disappointed. Welcome, Jingles and Patriot. Good to see you. I'm not talking bad about any other creators, guys. I'm not trying to do that at all. But she's been around for a long time and she's done a lot. I would imagine that at some point you'd be better off at certain things. And I don't know. I'm not going to say anything else. I'm just not comfortable with that. That's all. It ain't for me. It's for Sebastian. I pray to God they find more answers today. 100% Clue. 100%. I agree. Speaking of which, there's something I wanted you guys to see. It was part of today's show. Specifically, give me a minute. Well, first off, I'm going to show you, as in the title, like I said, there's a new search going on. It's pretty good sized search today. Clue was driving around showing all the pockets of people that were all over the place that were doing their searching in different areas, which was pretty cool to see. I was grateful to see that they're back to it. Beautiful out there today, by the way, too. I was kind of jealous. It's nice here, but not like Tennessee. So there you go, Clue. Good idea. So check this out.
Breaking news alert.
Breaking news, a massive search for missing teen Sebastian Rogers. It's underway right now in Sumner County. Multiple law enforcement agencies are out searching, including the FBI, the TBI, and sheriff's deputies. Sebastian has been missing for more than a month now. Investigators have said there has been no evidence of foul play, but they are not ruling out anything. That brings us to today with the ongoing operation happening right now. Apparently, the search has been in the works for several days. News 2's Allie Lynch has been at the scene all morning. She is live now from the command center in Hendersonville.
Well, Nicole, good morning. So I'm told this is going to be a 2-day search, and the response we've seen this morning is just massive. So right now there's at least 10 agencies out here, totaling more than 100 people helping search for 15-year-old Sebastian. So this search comes one day after law enforcement held a press conference saying they would renew search efforts. True to their word, you can see from this video, it's happening here this morning. The Sumner County Sheriff tells News 2 they're looking along the Long Hollow Pike area once again to make sure they haven't missed anything.
Now that's something. Welcome, William Tardy. Good to see you. And Miss Jillian, thank you for joining us today. That was something that they stated in their press conference yesterday, that they were going to be going back and researching areas that they searched once, which I think is a very good tactic. And I'm hoping that something within this breaks something and shows or finds something, guys. I really do. But that's what this is all about. If you guys don't remember from the press conference yesterday, I just wanted to reiterate that.
We've seen law enforcement search through neighbors' yards, garages, as well as creeks here in this vicinity. Sebastian, who has autism, was last seen on February 26 when his parents told police he walked out of their Hendersonville home in the middle of the night. The 15-year-old has not been seen since. Now, just a little bit ago, the sheriff's office says that a pair of glasses that people were thinking belonged to Sebastian has nothing to do with Sebastian. They do not belong to him. Authorities also say that this search here this morning has been in the works for several weeks. Reporting live here this morning, Allie Lynch, News 2.
And there you are. So I thought it was too, Clue. It says it's from an hour ago, but either way, it just shows the new stuff that's going on. This is something I wanted to show you guys. There was nothing at Command Center and definitely no food truck. Well, maybe they threw some old footage together with some new footage. You know what I mean? Yes, Julian, it is. It is Autism Awareness Month. April is. So another good point. And we're going to be doing a show specifically on coming up here soon, actually, on nothing but autism, just as an educational process. And all sorts of variations, and so everybody understands it in a better way. That's coming up here soon too for you guys to understand that we'll be doing that. Right. No, I got you 100%. And thank you, Jillian, for that and the awareness of that too. Yeah, I agree with that, Huckleberry. I really do. Yes, that's something that's definitely coming, guys. We're gonna go over an entire show talking about nothing but that and different, like I said, variations of it. So this came through. You guys know I love Court TV. I love the stuff Vinny does. And this was on as of last night. And I was gonna, it came on during my thing that I was covering. So I was just figured I'd put it through for today. So I want you guys to check this out. I think it's kind of interesting. For sure. There he is, Mr. Sebastian Rogers. All right, guys, and here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Probably help.
The middle of the night, February 26th, in Hendersonville, Tennessee. 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers should be safe, asleep in his bed, in his home. But now everyone is wondering.
Real quick to hit that, I noticed that the FBI was involved. That was just stated too, and I can't be 100% on that, Terry, but I've always thought that. I will look into that to make sure that that's true, though. Welcome, Teresa Frost, by the way. But yeah, I've heard that as well about the whole crossing state lines thing. So it could be, that could be, or it could just be that at this point they really need that extra help with this, and there's expertise in some things. Welcome, Oni. Good to see you today.
Was he home? Was he safe? Sebastian's mom, Katie Proudfoot, says she went to wake up Sebastian for school, but when she went to get him up, he wasn't there. She looked in the house. He wasn't there. He was gone, vanished. After she called 911, the law enforcement search was on. It was wide, it was extensive, but yet again, no sign of Sebastian. Katie believes he left the home barefoot with his glasses, but where would he go? Why would he leave? And how could no one find him? Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, shares custody and has been out searching for his son. Meanwhile, Katie says her husband had to go back to work out of town, and Katie left her home to be with him. Tonight, we have an update from law enforcement. We'll take a look at the latest, break down the timeline, and take a look at the search as we investigate the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. And where is Sebastian Rogers? Where is he? This case, it's as if he just disappeared and vanished. But that doesn't happen. That can't happen. That's impossible. It doesn't work that way. Either something happened to him and someone did something, or he left the house, or someone broke into the house and took him, a 15-year-old. But something had to happen here, yet a month into.
Welcome, Duchess. Thank you for joining us today, dear. I hope you're having a good day today.
This, it seems like the public, the family, everyone's kind of clueless as to what happened here. How does a 15-year-old just vanish like that? Who's at home with his mom? How does that happen? It doesn't make sense to me that there wouldn't be some level of some obvious clue, whether it's something happening in the house or something happening before they came back to the house, or evidence that he left. Whether he ran away or was going to meet someone, or if there was some text message or something on his phone, but like none of that. None of those obvious things that we see in so many cases. As we saw in the Madeline Soto case, became very obvious very quickly. Like this one, no. It's the same day Madeline Soto went missing. But you look at what people are saying, and I'm listening, and it's like, okay, he's gone, but that doesn't just happen. People don't just vanish. Now, what we're hearing from law enforcement is that all the parents are cooperating. You know, his mother and father aren't married anymore. His mother is remarried, so he has a stepfather, and law enforcement is reporting that everyone's cooperating. No one's like lawyering up. No one's shutting down. So to whatever that means, to that extent, there's no seeming pushback at all. That there's a level of cooperation, which is huge, which is important, because every investigation begins with those who are closest to the victim, the one who's missing here. And you've got to understand and investigate them and get information from them. That information is most crucial in all of this. So mom and stepdad cooperating. However, stepdad's got to go back to work, so he left the area, and mom has now left the house as well to be with him, working out of town because of the type of work he does. And it's been a month. Long time. This disappearance began the same day as Madeline Soto. And you think about the two cases where we are in one versus the other. And the longer it takes, the more worried you get that they're not going to be able to figure this out, not going to be able to find him. I mean, could he have like tiptoed out and is hiding somewhere or running away from something or exploring or doing something? You don't just vanish. It doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. There has to be something that can lead to what happened here. So today we got an update from investigators. And you listen to the information, and whenever you have one of these updates, and they do it because there's pressure on investigators. They know how big the story is, how big the case is. They know how desperate family members are and the community, and people want to help, and people are looking for information. And there's also the factor of, by speaking, you put it back into the news cycle, and Sebastian's face will be, once again, will be in places all over the internet, on television, and other places. So I want you to take a look and a listen to this, and there's a little bit of new information in there, but there are some important things that were said today. It wasn't the longest press conference, but it was significant. Let's take a listen.
Sebastian has been missing since late February. The investigation remains ongoing with steadfast support from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, and many other local and federal resources. We are exploring every lead that comes in and every tip that comes in. Nothing would make me happier than to wake up tomorrow morning with a tip that cracks this case wide open and we find Sebastian and bring him home.
The parents have been cooperative throughout at the beginning of the investigation. They have pretty much done whatever law enforcement has asked of them. At this point, we don't have any evidence. There is not any kind of an indication that there is a criminal element involved. But we are keeping options open. We don't know what has happened. We don't know where Sebastian is right now, so we are pursuing any and all avenues. We do want to caution there are some social media elements out there who purport to have information that is direct from the investigation. I just want to reiterate that that is not the case. Some of the information that is being provided on some of the social media channels is inaccurate, incomplete. We don't want this to damage the investigation. So we would just caution anyone who is following the case to just use some caution as to what you see and what you believe.
There were some glasses found in the past few days.
Have you been able to identify that they were Sebastian?
We are still investigating.
Do you believe he's still alive? And what are you guys going to continue working on?
My hope and prayer is that Sebastian.
And for those that didn't know, as I showed this earlier at the beginning of this, the glasses are not involved in the case. They're not Sebastian's. Those have been debunked. That's out. So just so everybody knows, that is no longer a thing.
Sebastian is still alive, yes. We're going to continue to work on this investigation and follow up every tip and lead that comes in. Some of this may revert back to us going over some things that we've already done for the 6th, 7th, or 8th time. A fresh set of eyes never hurt anything. We're going to continue to work to find Sebastian. Let me put it to you like this. If my kid was missing, this is the team I'd want on it. The men and women of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, the FBI partners, the other local agencies, the Secret Service, everyone who's had a hand in this case is doing everything they can to find Sebastian.
Okay, a couple of things from that. First, social media. Social media is important to keep the story in the news, keep Sebastian's face in the news. There's a downside. There's a yin and a yang to everything. There are some on social media and who may report things that are not factual for whatever reason that they're doing it. But the bottom line, you keep his face in the news. That's important when someone is missing and they have no idea what happened. You heard him. We have no idea. We don't know what happened to him. We haven't seen anything criminal that would lead us that way. I get that, but he vanished. He didn't take his phone. He just ran away. It doesn't make sense. It's not sitting well with me tonight. Just vanishing. It doesn't work that way. Now, we also heard that they found some glasses in the last couple of days, and they're still investigating it. That, too, I'm not clear on that. How long would it take to figure out if they're his glasses? We have pictures with different glasses. We have parents. What glasses are at home, right? Because he's gone. Does he have more than one pair? Where are they? What do they look like? Okay, great news tonight for us, though. Joining us from Nashville, Tennessee, reporter with Scripps News Nashville, Nick Barris is with us, covering the story unlike anyone else and unlike any other station or organization on this one. Nick, great to see you again tonight. How would you describe where this investigation is? I see this as a mystery. It's baffling to me. Is this a criminal investigation? Is this a missing persons investigation? How is this? Is there an ongoing search?
Yeah.
What is this? What is this right now?
Yeah, I'll tell you, Vinny, I agree with you and your take on this. My take is they say that there is no sign of any foul play at this point, but they are not ruling it out. And I couldn't agree with you more that a child does not wander off on their own and simply vanish without any trace unless someone else is involved. That's my take. But they say at this point, parents, everything they've done with them have been vetted, and that they're not considered suspects at this point, and they've cooperated, no one else. But they also were very pointed today. There have been some reports saying, oh, well, the parents have been cleared. No, wrong. No one, according to Eric Craddock, who is the chief deputy with the sheriff's department who's leading this investigation, has been cleared. No one has been cleared. They consider all options. And I would say right now it continues to be somewhat of a search, but they're waiting for more tips to come in. And frankly, just like you and I think authorities are frustrated and befuddled.
So, and that's a great distinction, right? Cooperating versus does not equal cleared. Cooperating does not equal cleared. So that's because they don't know what happened. How could you clear people if you don't know what happened? It makes no sense to me. Makes no sense, right? So describe for us the house he was living in, the neighborhood he was living in, the geography, the topography, the population, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. This is I'd say an upscale neighborhood, very nice homes. He lived in a nice home, a neighborhood residential like anyone else. It's a typical residential neighborhood, nothing out in the country off alone. Neighbors all within close proximity, some common greenways in between. What's interesting about this neighborhood, as upscale and nice as it is, there are absolutely no street lights, okay, or sidewalks. And so at night, that neighborhood is pitch dark. And so one of the questions many people had was, why didn't any of these homes, many of which have security cameras, ring cameras, why did none of them seem to pick up any video of anything that night? Almost anything. And I will say I was one reporter. I'm the only reporter so far to have aired what was some video from a nearby home capturing what appears to be lights, possibly flashlights, in the proximity of the home the night he disappeared. Now, law enforcement, not long after I aired that, okay, one, contacted me asking me where I got it, and I cannot reveal my source. And second, said that at this point, there's no evidentiary value to that video. Well, today in my interview, and by the way, you showed some of the press conference or news conference, I had a chance to sit down one-on-one for a good period of time just with Eric Craddock, he and I. And he said at this point, yeah, no evidentiary value to that video I had that shows that you see here what appears to be some lights, possibly flashlights outside the home. But he says that's the way it stands right now. And depending on what develops, that video and those lights could become more important to the case, depending on what they learn moving forward. So, and by the way, in terms of what information they've shared, I couldn't agree with you more. They did say that they found some glasses in the area, wondering if they are Sebastian's. That shouldn't take any time at all to figure out. And they didn't say if they had. That should be able to be determined almost instantaneously.
Again, guys, this is from last night, and it has been determined they're not his glasses. So don't worry. That's been dealt with, and it's all handled already. They're out of the picture now. And Joanne, I'm sorry that happened, but it's really no love lost, in my opinion, for you. You deserve better than that anyway. So that's the problem right there, is things like that, that people see one little thing and they run with it. They're his. That means he's there. Come on, folks. If it was that easy, this would have been solved a long time ago. Okay, that's the whole problem. It's not that easy. So they found glasses, they checked them, they're not his. You move on. That's all, and we have to keep, like I said this morning or earlier in the beginning, we have to keep our eyes on the prize, which is finding Sebastian, not where Chris and Katie are, what Seth is doing, who did this, who didn't do this, that, and everything else. It's about finding him. None of that other stuff is important. Granted, I understand people have argued with me. Well, that proves to be what this means and what that means and what that. It doesn't, though. It can let us see things in a different perspective, but it doesn't. We've all seen that stuff. We've all watched that. We've all talked about it. We've all analyzed it. Have we found him yet? No, we haven't. So you see that doesn't really have any bearing on finding this child, or we would have found him. That's all I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with the, people having their opinions about things. Don't get me wrong at all. But once again, we allow for that stuff to take us way over here, and we're all focused on all this over here. Meanwhile, this child is still missing, and nobody has a clue where he is. That's the problem with this stuff, folks. I mean, it's horrible. So we got to remember, keep the blinders on, and stay focused on Sebastian. That's the biggest thing with this.
And I'm not sure why they haven't revealed that information yet.
Because the community's searching, they want to help, right? They want to help. Everybody's looking for him. From the interviews, his dad is worried to death. So let's get back to that light for just a moment, though, because the way you described the neighborhood, pitch black, so you're seeing some light at night. And this is what? This is like 3 a.m?
Yeah, it's right around 3 a.m. It's with.
See, I have a problem with this whole thing, you guys. The way that Nick brought this to us is not a clear version of this. Okay, it's been stated that this was kind of they filmed a screen, basically, is what they did. There's more to this, way bigger picture of this up here to the right corner and all this stuff. They needed to show this in a different fashion for it to be seen. It could have been seen in a better way. If you could get the full thing, you could get a real picture of what this is. So I've never really been really impressed with this. Now, if law enforcement thinks there's something to this, then I'll follow it. Until then, I really can't. And yes, 37 days missing is hard. It's too long, guys. It's way too long. 1 day is too long, but 37 days, come on. It's time for something to happen with this. It really is.
In the scope of the time they believe Sebastian left the home, which would have been, they think, midnight to 6 a.m. the next morning when he was discovered missing. So yeah, it's dark. And again, I don't want to oversell it. It's been analyzed.
To clarify that again, Jillian, yeah, the timestamp on this that shows 3:11, it basically loops. Okay, from the understanding that I have, I think Seth is the one that brought that information out. Stated that the time portion of this camera was broken or something because it was stuck on 3:11 for 25 minutes as he was watching this video, and then realized that this was not a good version of what this should have been. He just showed this part of it, and that's what everybody took it and ran with it. It's not what it actually is. So so that's a good thing to understand when we look at something like this. When this came out, everybody ran to this. Oh my God, there's a person there and a person there. And what's that? And this and that and everything else. Then the next day, I went and I showed the backyard to this home and showed all 12 trees that I counted back here. That with lighting and vehicles and so on and so forth, it's going to be hard to see exactly what we're seeing unless we're seeing the full picture, which we didn't. So again, understand that, we need to, I guess, just use logic with things and hope that we're getting the truth when we're being shown things. That's all. So sorry to keep pausing. There's things that I like to speak on about this stuff. Thank you, Zelda, very, very much for that.
Apparently by the TBI and law enforcement. At this point, they say it's no evidentiary value, but as far as I know, it's the only video of any kind that shows what appears to be some lights in the back. Who knows? Maybe there's some kind of reflection, but if you watch what I have there, you see lights, 2 subjects moving, and it appears to be something. But again, at this point, and the parents have talked to law enforcement as well, they say, we don't believe.
No, the timestamp is wrong. Like I said, the timestamp shows 3:11, right? But it's stuck there for 20 to 30 minutes as this is being looked at and never changed. So that part of this was not working properly when it was being filmed. So understand that. Welcome, Firefly. Good to see you. Yeah, I guess law enforcement were stating that this was, if you could see this up here in the right-hand corner, that it was a garbage truck, trash truck, whatever you guys want to call it, that was 5 or 5:30, I believe, coming through the neighborhood. I went and I pulled the hours for the trash company that runs through here, their hours state that the garbage pickup does not start till 6 a.m. and stops at 8 p.m. or I think, yeah, I'll have to go back and find it to be just so much in my head with this. But so it's very, very possible that that's what that was, because they were coming into the neighborhood to start, doing their job with that at 5:30 in the morning. So just so everybody knows, but the timestamp is not right. It's broken up there because it keeps looping, as it was stated by, that's my understanding. That's what I was told. So, and that came from one of the parents, said that he watched this, realized that wasn't working correctly. So, that's the understanding I have with that.
That this is a key piece of evidence in the case. But today, Eric Craddock said that's the way it stands now, but they don't know what they don't know. And with time, that could become significant, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, I think it's pretty significant considering there's nothing else out there. Like, light just doesn't appear. It has to be
Nothing
something.
else. Yeah.
It has to be something. Like, people don't just vanish and lights just don't appear out of nowhere. Do we know if he had a flashlight that night?
Right. Yeah, the word from his mother when she went to look for him, what they discovered missing, the way I understand it, is a flashlight, and that he left without his shoes, barefoot, which again is something that's very.
Just to clarify that statement for you all as well, the flashlight per se is about this big. It has a key that could be connected to it. It's looped with a keychain. It was a little yellow thing that you squeeze it and a light comes out of the end of it, a tiny little beam of light. So it's not an actual flashlight. It didn't look like a pen. It was like the way it was explained was like a diamond type shaped thing that had a keychain connected to it. That's the type of a flashlight it was. It wasn't an actual full-fledged flashlight, so everybody understands that as well. Which in turn, in that area, as dark as it is there, is not going to do you any good. And it definitely would not be one of those lights, probably, I wouldn't imagine, that you would see in that video there. I mean, based on the pixelization and stuff like that, maybe it could have been, but I don't think so, guys. I definitely don't think so. Lucy Luhu, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Exactly, Norma. That's what my point is with that too. That's all. I just want to keep everybody informed with as much info as I have to the things that we're talking about when we talk about this stuff, or what we're hearing, so that everybody understands every bit of this, guys, because that's important to this. Very important. Moving forward.
Kind of confounding, because his own father said as a child, Sebastian walked barefoot into a fire ant hill pile, and they just ate him up, and he never forgot that experience. And from that day on, as a child who suffers from autism, that stuck with him, and he would not go outside without his shoes and socks. So you're telling me in the middle of the night he grabs a flashlight, walks out of his home barefoot? It just doesn't make sense. Possibly he went out quickly to check on something with the idea of coming back in, but obviously he never did. So that's something kind of perplexing about how all that played out. And did he take a flashlight, and why? What was he looking for? Where did he go? But dogs going outside just the general area of the home where you would expect Minnie to find his scent because he lived there. Anything off the property where he would have walked, dogs didn't find anything. They supposedly maybe tracked to a nearby pond, which they then not only had divers go into, but then drained and found nothing. It's, again, as though he vanished into thin air.
Nick Burris, I'm sure we're going to be speaking again about this. I really appreciate your time today. And I know you're like working overtime like you do every day, tracking these stories. Sure. Great to speak with you. Scripps News Nashville, Nick Burris. Check it out, folks. His stuff is online as well if you're around the country. It's great work. Thanks so much, Nick.
Thank you, Vinny.
Let's talk more about this search. Joining us from the Gulf Shore of Alabama, Press and Communications Officer for the United Cajun Navy, Kevin LaFond, is with us. And the reason we asked you to be on is you guys were involved at some point in the search here. Give us a little bit of the backstory, Kevin, on how the United Cajun Navy in Alabama ends up in Tennessee searching for Sebastian.
Well, it all started with Riley Strain. I appreciate having me on today. Riley Strain's search, as you know, ended it the way it did with us discovering where he was as a group, all of the searchers together. We don't claim any fame to that, but we were part of it. There was an outcry on social media and to us directly from the parents to get involved with the search here. And that's what we did with the search for Sebastian. We got ourselves organized, and we were together. We had everything there anyway. So we said, you know what, we're here, so let's do this.
So you said the parents. Is that both the father and the mother and the stepfather? Like all three contacted you?
It was primarily Seth. Seth asked us to come.
Okay, so the biological father. Okay. Now, I also understand that you had to call off your search efforts because of some threats. Can you tell us some of the details there? What's the nature of these threats? Is this people who don't want you on their property because it's private property? Is this people who don't want you to find something? What exactly is that all about?
Well, there was a private property and also state and federal land issue at the beginning that we had to get permission for to be on those lands. But we did get permission. We got the okay to do that. So that was never an issue. We had some bad actors that were showing up in person and also harassing online and through phone calls. We were getting all kinds of messages saying that we're going to be doxxed, we're going to be run out of town, we're going to be bullied. And then the death threats came. And that's when we got real serious about, having to reformat how we're going about this and think about the safety of the volunteers. It really was to that point. So now we have to shift gears and move into more of a private phase where we're not forward facing.
Isn't it?
Let me ask you this. The people who are threatening you, stopping a search for a missing child, did you provide that information to law enforcement? Because I would think if someone's trying to stop you from finding this child, maybe that's someone law enforcement should be looking at.
And I would say that you're drawing a reasonable conclusion there for sure. And yes, the authorities were notified. We have incident reports with the MNPD. They're the ones that came out to the original call when our folks were basically barricaded inside of a hotel room.
Wow. Barricaded inside of a hotel room because you're in town searching for a missing teenager?
Yeah, and that's very strange. It's never happened to us before. And certainly with what you're reporting earlier about there being so much cooperation, this being so difficult really didn't add up.
That is, I've never heard it. Like, you obviously haven't come across this. You guys roll into town. You're not getting paid, are you? Like, you're rolling into town trying to help.
We're volunteers. We do this all around the country. When the families reach out and ask for help, try to do as much as we can where we can. In this case, we were close by, so it made sense to go ahead and get involved and start helping. But it brought some bad folks out of the woodwork, and we're not quite sure why that is.
And let's hope law enforcement follows up on that and figures that out, because, I mean, the obvious conclusion, again, if you're trying to stop people from searching for a missing teenager, you're afraid, oh, maybe they may find him. So was there a particular place where you were searching at the time all this started to happen? And if so, is that a place that you were unable to search?
Our searches were hampered, is the probably polite way to put it. We didn't get to do nearly as much as we wanted to, but it really didn't matter where we were. It seemed that this trouble followed us.
That is extremely unfortunate, especially given the nature of what's at stake here, a missing child. There he is, Sebastian Rogers. Kevin LaFond from the United Cajun Navy. Appreciate your time tonight. And on behalf of families, we all appreciate volunteers coming together to help families in need, people that are so desperate that are missing loved ones. So I hope this doesn't deter you, and I don't think it will, from continuing the work that you guys do.
Not at all. If I could say anything, I'd say, everybody be hopeful. Volunteers are rallying together, us and others, and it doesn't matter who's front and center. We're going to get this done.
All right. Thanks so much, Kevin. Appreciate it. When we come back, folks, we're going to continue our investigation into this story. Going to bring in some experts and take a listen to what mom has said and what dad has said, because they've spoken out. They've spoken on television. They've spoken on podcasts. We're
We take a listen and try to figure out what it means and what the story could be here. Plus, coming up next hour. In Boise, Idaho, Chad Daybell on trial facing the death penalty for the murders of his wife Tammy and his new wife's children, JJ and Tylee. Tonight, we speak with juror 18 from
Daybell's residence. The house was searched at least 10 times.
Dogs?
Dogs, yep. None of them, my understanding, were actually on a trail that was following Sebastian.
Hey, Arctic Fox.
15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was last seen alive on Sunday, February 25th. His mother, Katie Proudfoot, shared the details of what she and Sebastian did the day before he was reported missing in an interview with the Chronicles of Olivia YouTube channel.
We went and picked up our niece. Yeah, I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that. We went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home, put groceries away because we bought snacks because, you know, he's 15 and snacks. We went to the bowling alley. And then from there, we went to dinner. Came home. He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. About 9 o'clock, told him to go to bed. He was come out of his room where he was playing, and he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you." And went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise, and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And about midnight, I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he wasn't here.
So that's a description of what happened. I mean, it was a full day the day before. And then in the morning, he's not there, just vanished without a trace. Let's bring in our guests. Joining us from Los Angeles, California, clinical and forensic neuropsychologist and author of the book, The New Rules of Attachment, Dr. Judy Ho is with us. Joining us from Salt Lake City, Utah, private investigator Jason Jensen. Also with us in Los Angeles, California, retired FBI special agent. He's also a lawyer, and he's a screenwriter, and he's a friend of ours, Bobby Chacon. Dr. Judy Ho, let me begin with you. He's been described as being a child with autism, somewhere on the spectrum. Parents described him as bright. Some of the issues were more socially connected. So knowing that, does any of this make sense that a child like that would get up?
You ain't got to apologize, Clue, because I watched it this morning and I went off myself. Thank God I wasn't live when I watched it, because I'd have been a whole bunch of bad words coming out of my mouth. I'm beyond pissed about that situation. Leave it alone and walk away. If you don't have the right intentions, don't be involved in it. That's all I'm saying. And she definitely don't. She should be removed as far as I'm concerned. You, especially messing with this. It's just disgusting. So anyway, you ain't got to subscribe or apologize for that at all, by any means. So, thank you. Right. The rumors, they don't do any good with this. Again, we got to focus on Sebastian and nothing else. So yeah, she poked a phone call too. I agree. It is highly illegal. I don't know how that there is nothing more being done about it. I don't at this point. I'll be honest with you.
Or maybe not even go to sleep. Middle of the night, pitch dark outside. That's the way the neighborhood is. There's no street lights. Pitch dark. Grab a flashlight, leave the shoes and the phone and everything at home, and go somewhere.
Well, the autism spectrum is a very wide one. So we have some individuals who have a higher level of special needs, whereas other ones are very, very high functioning. And so we don't know as much about exactly where his functioning was at the time of this missing incident, and also if there were any other co-occurring issues, any other mental health concerns that they maybe had, other social concerns that were plaguing this child at that time, maybe any additional stressors. It doesn't sound right for any child, whether they're on the spectrum or not, to be walking away barefoot with a flashlight and just disappear without a trace. And so there's a lot to unpack here. There must have been some lead up. I hope that we can hear more about what he was like in the days leading up to his disappearance.
Jason Jensen, something that I picked up on here. Apparently they have dogs. Dogs in the house. If he's getting up, and there you see, we have one like this at home, tiny. You're up in the middle of the night, he's up. He's also got snakes. But how about the fact that there's dogs? You got to open that front door. Mom doesn't hear anything. Maybe she's a sound sleeper. Maybe she's got a CPAP machine. I don't know. But what are the questions that you have tonight about what may have happened here with him wandering off for some reason?
Well, Ben, there's a lot here, really. But concerning the dogs, I have dogs, and if I walk out of the house, they typically don't react in the middle of the night. Now, maybe if I come back in, they'll want to investigate who came back into the home. But other than that, I mean, given the fact that Sebastian is a 15-year-old with functioning ASD, which is autism spectrum disorder, it is common for elopement behavior to occur. So, when mom addressed him the way she did in the middle of the night, was it upsetting? Did he run out of the house? I'd like to know more about that, and if he's had a history of running away before.
Now, Bobby Chacon, something else we learned today, and I was a little confused by it during the press conference. They're getting help from the FBI in this. They also said Secret Service. Is there any reason why the Secret Service would be involved in this investigation? That kind of struck me as a little bit unusual. And then I also like your thoughts about the search here.
Well, Secret Service does a lot of things online, like online crimes. They do a lot of, the FBI does as well, but the Secret Service does, and we partner with them sometimes on these online crimes. Now, I can say I have a close relative with Asperger's, and as a teenager, because she had this disorder where it was very awkward for her socially, she found it much easier to be online and develop relationships with people online, or not relationships, but connections with people online. So, I mean, it could be that the Secret Service is brought in to look at his online activity to see if somebody was either attempting to groom him or then set up a meeting with him, or, convinced him that, they wanted to talk to him or see him apart from his parents or whatever. So it could be a situation like that. They're looking into whether he had, I don't know, if he had access to the internet, if he had his own accounts on social media or things like that. So that's something possible. I don't know this. This is conjecture on my part, but it could be something that you can enlist the Secret Service to look at his online activity.
What it do, KT? What it do? Good to see ya.
Somebody could have lured him out of that house with online communications.
That makes sense to me now. That makes some sense to me. Okay, on a YouTube live stream this week, Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, told the host of the Pascal show that he saw video evidence that his son was alive on Sunday, February 25th. Let's take a listen.
I had requested video proof that my son was alive after I spoke to him on Thursday.
What footage was that?
They showed me footage of him leaving Texas Roadhouse and getting into his mama's vehicle with her.
Texas Roadhouse. So he was getting in a vehicle with Katie Proudfoot from eating at Texas Roadhouse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Jason Jensen, They're out to eat. Seems like there's cousins there as well. It would seem to be extremely important to hear from all of those folks.
Yeah, hello, bombshell. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. I'm sorry I didn't get to see you earlier. Thank you again, Bonnie, for that. Arctic Fox, I can agree with that to some sense. I do. Something had to draw him out of that. Or, like yesterday when we discussed some of this, something triggered him. And that's something that I think is a big deal with this, guys. There was a trigger that, in my opinion, set him off, that had him maybe leave the house, okay? It was either that or he was lured out of the house. And once he was outside of the home, I think somebody took him. Those are my theories at this point, because nothing else makes any sense to me. So the problem is with this is that the fact that there were no shoes says that this was something, in my opinion, that was done in a rush. Like, it was very quickly ensued. Okay, either he was scared and provoked and triggered, so he ran out barefoot, which would mean that there was no premeditation to him leaving, or he was lured, and it was, for whatever reason, whatever lured him was that serious that he went without shoes as well. Oh, absolutely, bombshell. No worries. I see you all the time. I just didn't see you yet today. That's all. So those are my theories at this point, because it truly nothing else makes no sense, or any sense at this point. So again, I have to go with that. I can't remember, KT. Does anybody remember during any of the interviews? I think they said no about him having keys to the home. Don't quote me, because there's so much in my head right now, but I swear they said no, he didn't have keys to the home. I think that's what I heard. If I'm wrong, I will go back, find it, and fix it. Yeah, Clue's been doing amazing stuff out there, guys. And I appreciate her and Cletus both so very much for what they've been doing. He was a gamer. It's not beyond the realm of reason that someone from the Minecraft community groomed him. Right. And I have argued from the very beginning, where they have all said that he could not get online, that he could not get into any of this. I've argued that because I know that it can be done. My son proved that to me multiple times. The front door is a key padlock. Okay, gotcha. So then that was what I remember. There was a conversation about him having the code to the garage and or a door or something. Like I said, so many interviews, and I got to go back. That's exactly it right there. Parents don't know, and these kids, they've said it 101 times. This kid's smart. He's smart. Okay, he may have his issues, but he's smart. You want something bad enough, you're gonna figure it out. He does go to school with other people that can show him things as well, guys. He may not, per se, according to them, have all the friends in the world, but they can still show you something. And when they want something bad enough, they're gonna get it. Carito, it's Jules of All Trades, True Crime. She's a good friend of this channel as well. Great channel, guys. You should check her out. She's a lot like Clue. No nonsense, no bullshit, and she's very blunt and just puts it out there how she feels. So Sebastian was possibly talking to someone online. Is it possible he shared the front door code? Possibly. If he had it, yes, very possibly. No, they didn't have cameras at that point, though, and my understanding was that they didn't, KT, according to what they said. So it could have been. It very well could have been a case that happened that way. Like I said, everything's on the table as far as I'm concerned. My nephew's only 10, and he goes online to play games with people he doesn't know. That's just too young to me, Normal. I would never. I didn't allow Caden to do that until just this past year. He's 16. He understands it. And he was embarrassed because I wouldn't have let him do it, but I don't care. He's my child, not theirs. And I'm still leery about him doing it at 17. I ask him 20 questions every time he's talking to somebody. Who is that? How old is he? How do you know him? Blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Who was you? It wasn't me saying it. There was a couple people that said it. I just agreed with it. Was the channel that said that made up the fake poster. I'm not gonna say the name in here. I'll let the chat handle that. Right, Norma. I agree. He didn't know the garage key code. That's right, Nana. Thank you. Yep, that's true too, Mark and Betty. Good point. Another good point. He does love music. And guys, this is part of the understanding. We talked about this yesterday. Once we get through this, I'm going to talk to you guys about that. For those of you that may not have been in here for it, it was actually kind of important. Very important, I think. He does love music. That's true, Bonnie. Got you, Credo. Thank you for the info. Welcome, Kells. Good to see you. I'll answer any questions you have here soon, Kells, if you have anything that you're not sure of. All right, let's go forward with this.
If they saw or noticed anything, or if he had a conversation with one of his cousins about something that maybe he wanted to do that night. I mean, to me, this is like the last true proof of life that we have of Sebastian.
Exactly, Vinny. You would want to basically recreate his entire day and put the pieces together of all the conversations that he had, whether there was, you know, some problems at home, whether he had a love interest that nobody was familiar with. Oftentimes cousins say things amongst each other that they won't say to their parents.
Dr. Judy Ho, I want to ask you about the parents' behavior here as well. It's been a month. It's been a while. Now, his stepfather apparently had to go back to work. He operates big machinery, doesn't, goes on the road, lives out of an RV.
I'm glad you said that, Arctic, because that's something I've been thinking too. Because of everything else we've heard, I swear that he had to go out that window. And Katie has told us in a couple different interviews that Sebastian is very good for being sneaky, slinky, kind of hiding and ducking and dodging things. If he lives there and he's around there on a regular basis, he knows what cameras look like. If he thinks he sees a camera, he can very well hide from it if he needs to. It's very dark out there, and he may have just gotten lucky and slunk around through an area that wasn't covered with cameras. Okay, but I swear, in my opinion, that he did go out that window. I know it was stated they would have heard that, but not necessarily. You can be sneaky. There's mulch and bushes there. It's not that far from the ground. That's all. And I think I agree. I think the thud was the window coming back down. That's my opinion, but I could be wrong. You can lift the screen up. They go up and down. You can slide them up and slide them down. I have them on I have almost the same windows on my house that they do. Slide it up, slide it back down. That's all. But she asked him if he fell, and he answered her. But she also said that he said, did you fall out of bed? He said, no, Mom, go back to sleep, or go to sleep, as if to say, don't pay attention to me. You know what I mean? Here's the thing, if that's the case, if she would have got up at that moment and went and checked that, she could have caught that. You know what I mean? Just saying. And somebody in the chat earlier had said that he could have been sneaking out for a while now. And if Katie is tired, involved in what she's doing, thinking he's in bed, not making noise, this could have been something that had been happening for a while. This is a very good point. I think Julie said that. That he could have been doing this, meeting up with somebody else at some point, or just going out and gallivanting around because he's not ready for sleeping yet. Because he is still, hyper. Some of those medications are stimulants. They keep these kids awake. Okay. Just getting out of the house, doing what they want to do. except this time it went bad, I think. Or it could have been that this time it went bad and somebody grabbed him when they saw him because it's the middle of the night. And, you know, if somebody's being nice to him, we all know what the child asked for Christmas was friends. So if somebody's being nice to him and talking to him in a nice way, he's going to react to them. That's a good point, Salty. Thank you. It was in the interview. Oh my God, which interview was it, guys? But she did say, she said that I heard a thud, and I said, Sebastian, did you fall out of bed? And he responded. It's the first time she said he responded and said, no, Mom, go to bed. Those were her words. It was either Nancy Grace or Olivia, Clue. I can't remember which one. But yeah, so, and that made me start thinking about that whole window scenario thing, okay? That thud could have been the window coming back down. But she didn't get up and go look, and off he goes. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Vicky, good to see you. I can't remember if it was Nancy or if it was, maybe it was Nancy. You might be right, Clue. I'll check after this and see if that's where it was. Yep, that's what she said, Mitakuye. She said, Bubba, did you fall out of bed? No, Mom. Go to bed or go to sleep. Something like those words is what she said that he repeated to her. And I'm telling you guys, I've been thinking this for a while, but that thud, I think that thud is the progression of what happened. I really do. Angel of Virtue said it was Nancy, Clue. It was Nancy because she asked about the thud and what he would have landed on outside his window, and it was mulch. It was just mulch. So it wouldn't have made noise. It's not very far. I showed you guys the house, and the window where the window ledge was to the ground is literally like 2.5 foot, maybe 3 foot. The kid's tall enough to where he can just go out the window, sling his feet out, drop down, turn around, pull the window down. That's a very big possibility, folks. It's been in my head for a while with the whole thud noise, okay? Well, the grooming thing could go right along with that whole thing, Kels. And like I said, if he had been doing this for a while, you know, maybe he did it once and he met somebody that's out and about and he's been dealing with this coming back home. A couple different times this happens. This was finally the time when the person decides they're taking him. Just saying, guys. And it's nothing but a theory, but I'm telling you, I swear he went out that bedroom window because nothing else makes any sense. He went out the bedroom window, ran around through the back and out through, you know, the yard he goes, or down the sidewalk even maybe. I don't think he would go down the road out in broad daylight, like, or not broad daylight, but out in the open like that. You know what I'm saying? And it could explain why there could have been a car that pulled up to the front of the house and he got in the car and took off with them. And that's a big one. The crimes of opportunity. That's huge. Huge. That's right, Clue. That's the one thing they said he asked for. They asked him what he wanted for Christmas, and he said, I want friends. It broke my heart, and I started crying because I've heard my own child say that. But I'll never forget that was said. So the fact that somebody is paying attention to him in a positive way, just being nice to him could have been an attraction for him, and that's all it takes. And it was the wrong person. So let's get through this, and we'll have more of this conversation. I'm going to open the phone lines as well, and thank you again, Zelda. Thank you to anybody. Thank you to anybody, by the way, that has donated to that to support the channel. God bless. I appreciate that more than you know. We definitely don't expect it, but we appreciate it more than anything.
And is out of town, but Mom also left the house that her son disappeared from and is with her husband. Your thoughts about that? And we all, I know, react to things differently, cope differently. What are your thoughts about Mom leaving that house and spending her time now, not from where Sebastian disappeared, but out of town with Sebastian's stepfather?
Well, Vinny, I think that a lot of people are saying, how could you do that when you should be combing your neighborhood, figuring out where your son is? How could you just leave and get out of town? Of course, Katie's explanation with that is that she was starting to get death threats. She was having people start casing the home, commenting on, what they believe is her negative behavior, and that she was trying to get a little bit of peace and a little bit of safety. So of course that could be an explanation, but I think that there's so many people who are saying, but if I was the parent, I would just be going to all of the places that I know my son loves to go to, look at all the places where he had friends, where he liked to spend his time, what kind of hobbies was he engaging in the neighborhood. I want to find out as much as possible, just trying to do almost my own work ahead of what the police can do. And I think that's something else that was concerning, is that apparently the biological father said that there was a CPS call made on Katie a little bit earlier. Very unclear about more details or a timeline and whether there was any follow-up, but apparently biological father found out about the CPS call from a podcast and not from Katie herself or from CPS. And so there are some questions there about, are there some other concerns about this child's welfare and safety that was missed at an earlier time?
Absolutely. They have shared custody. I mean, dad should know if there's something going on. Wow. Okay, everyone stay where you are. When we come back, we're going to talk about a landfill search. They searched the landfill. Now, there's no evidence of any crime, and they're searching a landfill. Is this normal? Bobby Chacon's going to answer that question when we come back.
It's safe to say crews have searched just about everywhere.
No, they could still pick it up through moisture and water and things like that, Norma. Definitely.
For the autistic teen within a 5-mile radius of the home, and it found nothing. But one thing they did not search is the garbage, and that is why Sumner County deputies and Kentucky State Police spent the day searching a landfill in White Plains, Kentucky. Why there? Well, News Channel 5 has learned that trash in the Stafford Court neighborhood is picked up every Monday between 5 and 6 a.m., and it was sent to that landfill. So all the trash from the neighborhood dumpsters, including the trash bin at Sebastian's home, was picked up and gone before the teen was even reported missing. Officers are digging through trash and the landfill looking for any clues. They don't know what they'll find, but say the search is part of leaving no stone unturned. There's the possibility some evidence was disposed of in the trash.
Remember, he took the trash out. Mom told us that was one of his responsibilities, to take the trash out. It was garbage day that Monday. Take a look here. This is from Scripps News Nashville. The search of the Kentucky landfill yields no evidence. Investigators with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office searched the landfill in Kentucky where trash from missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers' neighborhood went. Officials stated no leads or evidence pertaining to Sebastian's whereabouts were found during that search. Let's bring back in our guests. We have with us Dr. Judy Ho, Jason Jensen, and Bobby Chacon, retired FBI special agent. Bobby, what's your take on the search of the landfill?
Well, I've been involved in a number of landfills, and the FBI landfill searches, and the FBI, we used to do them quite routinely. I think it's exactly what your reporter said. It's, that effort of no stone unturned. You have to look everywhere that's possible, or else, you'll be called into question on how thorough you did your job. If say 6, 8, 10 weeks down, something of value was found there by somebody else, the first question would be, why did law enforcement search that landfill? They knew where his garbage went and the trash from his neighborhood. So I think that's what it is. It's a thoroughness thing. When I ran the dive team, I was involved in a number of searches of ponds and lakes in neighborhoods where children went missing, where there was absolutely no indication that the child was in the water, but we searched those bodies of water to be thorough and to make sure that the child didn't fall in there or didn't end up in there some other way. But you do this, you do these searches on places even when you have no indication, because everybody else is covering leads, and if you have the resources to do it, you need to do it. And I think that's what this was.
Katie Proudfoot and her husband, as I mentioned, left their home in Hendersonville, Tennessee, since the search for Sebastian began. In an interview posted on Twitter, Nancy Grace questioned the mother about her choice to leave the.
Where did you see that, Deborah? I've heard that by another source as well. I'd like to see that if I can, about the SUV. Hey, Rissa. Bonnie, where did you guys see that at? I really would like to see that. Because I haven't seen it anywhere. If it's out there, I'd love to see it. It was on a channel I heard we'll look for it. I believe it was that pretty Pilo, Sweetie Pilo. Okay. I guess I'll have to go look for where did it say where she got it from, Deborah? Do you know? I would imagine that's a huge piece of information. Agreed, Robin. That could mean everything, and that could mean the whole case right there. Sweetie claims the spoken English looked at their footage. Okay. I guess I'll have to find that then. I will look for that. Thank you.
The house where she last saw her son.
Did you leave the home also, Miss Proudfoot?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
To accompany my husband going back to work, and then I'm coming back.
Okay, when will you be back? Do you know yet?
No, not yet.
Are you concerned about being away while the search is ongoing?
Absolutely, I am.
Then why are you going?
Because my son could be anywhere, and we're looking everywhere and anywhere.
Okay, Jason Jensen, your reaction.
Yeah, well, it just really seemed like, I hate to judge the reaction. It doesn't seem very supportive of looking for her son in the context. It's like it sounds more like she's driven to be near her husband than stay at home, where her son, who, if he did run away, may return at any moment. So I understand where Nancy Grace was going with the line of questioning. It sounds like she's trying to say, you should be home. That's where a mother should be. And that's kind of Nancy's.
The thing is, guys, if I'm questioning this because not questioning you guys, but where this info came from. Because if there was a black SUV with the lights off sitting in the driveway, I would imagine that law enforcement would say, hey, if you know who this is, or if this was you, or if this belongs to you, can you come forward, blah, blah, blah. Just like they did with the damn white Elantra in Idaho. I've never heard law enforcement speak about this at all. Ever. So I don't know. I question it a little bit. Just saying. Just curious. I'm just it's a thought. That's all.
Personality.
Well, yeah, I've been interviewed by Nancy and I worked together at Court TV when I was a correspondent at the courthouse. She would, ask me lots of questions. It's not an easy spot for anyone, but let alone someone in that position where your child is missing. Dr. Judy Ho, what was interesting there, though, she didn't mention in that answer necessarily the fear of, the threats and everything. And I think that's real in the world. I mean, the United Cajun Navy, was pulling back because of threats. So I could see it happening to her the way there's been a spotlight on her as well. Did you see anything in that interview of note?
Well, first of all, I agree with you, Vinny. I definitely think that the threat is probably real, and we can definitely see how that can happen, especially in this day and age, and all of that internet sleuthing that so many people are doing, rolling up their sleeves and trying to play detective and taking it into their own hands. But again, it's so hard to judge someone's reaction. I know that everyone deals with grief and loss and stress so differently, but she definitely seemed a little subdued to me. That is concerning. I don't know if she's subdued
Well, I'm kind of right in the middle of something right now, Angel. I didn't hear anything go off on my messenger either, so I knew about that he was going to be on Nancy Grace. Yeah, I knew about that, and I've like right now checked my messenger. I have checked it though, just not right this moment. But yeah, I knew about the whole thing. Oh, okay. I didn't know if you. It's hard to tell with texting and messaging, like the emotion behind it. That's all. Just wanted to make sure you weren't getting upset with me because I do check it though. I try to. I get a lot of stuff through there. Oh yeah, no, it's cool. Yeah, I knew he was going to be on. Actually, I was under the understanding. My understanding was it was going to be earlier today, um, more towards the morning, but that was obviously not right. So yeah, I'll be definitely trying to catch that tonight, for sure. I've never to see Nancy and Seth face to face should be interesting. I'll say that much. Oh, good to hear, Angel.
Because she feels traumatized and scared and she doesn't know how to answer Nancy's questions. She is a tough interviewer. Or if that type of emotional disconnection and distancing is something else that's more indicative of their relationship. And when I say relationship, I'm talking about her relationship with her son. The priority of wanting to be with your husband in that moment, you can understand that. Maybe you want emotional support, but at the same time, husband is hours away.
Yeah.
Child's unlikely to be that far away. So what kind of search is she actually doing and accomplishing while she is there with her husband?
Bobby Chacon, I only have 5 seconds, so I just need a number from you, unfortunately. 0 to 10, how confident are you that they will be able to locate Sebastian, 10 being absolutely?
Well, 8, but that doesn't mean alive or not alive. So unfortunately.
Right. Okay. We're out of time for tonight, but obviously we're going to stay on this story. Dr. Judy Ho, Jason Jensen, Bobby Chacon, appreciate your valuable time and insight tonight.
All right. Here we go. Here we go. I think it should be an interesting interview with Seth and Nancy because, well, we know how Nancy is. So there's that. Let me check something here, guys. Welcome, Lisa Bowden, Michael 007. He's been on a lot of shows lately. Seth has a lot of panels, a lot of shows, a lot of everything, honestly. Let me give you a second here. EquiSearch has been there searching regularly. All right, let's see here. One moment, guys. Now I know that your guys are talking about Sweetie Pilo. She has Dawn and Serafina on there a lot. She's the what do you call it? The medium or the psychic or however you would put that. That's who I think you guys were talking about. Now let me back up to some of these questions that were back here. Back up here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you, Angel. My apologies. I didn't get that. Yeah, I think I agree. I think an Uber would have been either come forward or, again, if law enforcement has an investigation going, they're not going to give us everything. They don't have to. Okay, they don't have to give us anything, to be honest with you. So it could be something that's out there that they have. You know what I'm saying? Um, so I don't think none of them should have done interviews, to be honest with you, because it's come off as being more trouble than anything. Thank you so much, Angel. I appreciate you very much. What's going on, Crafts and Crime? Clue, do me a favor because you were out showing all that. I don't know those areas, if you don't mind. What areas? Because there's questions in here as to where they were searching today. I know the one area I did hear. One second, folks. I'm setting something up here. And if you wouldn't mind, paste the link here. If you wouldn't mind jumping up here, since you were out and about doing this, you don't have to. If you don't want to, just say I don't want to. No big deal. But I just wondered if you could explain all the areas and stuff that you guys went through today and where they were searching, and that a lot of it is stuff that is being researched, like that they've already done. So, and they said that yesterday in the what was I going to say? The press conference. Can you hear me, Clue? Is that something you'd be interested in doing? Jumping up here and just explaining the different areas they're searching? Again, if not, don't worry about it. On top of that, I am going to open up the phone line. One moment. Hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, I was like, is it not working again?
Hold on, I got it.
Can you hear me on there?
Yeah, I think he's on the phone.
I'm there.
Oh, yeah, I saw the bubble move.
Why is people always asking me about cannibals in the hills of Tennessee?
I don't know, but I'm about to Google it right now.
Yes, please find out.
I'm about to find out if there are cannibals in the hills of Tennessee, because I have never heard that in my life. But that's funny stuff.
Okay, welcome. Thank you for joining me. So, first of all, what time did you guys head out this morning? I know it was pretty early.
8.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
you
because
guys.
your meeting is like 7:30ish. So yeah, 8 o'clock.
So where all did you guys head? I know a lot of people were asking that didn't get to join you this morning for that, which was a good show. Stream, by the way, of you guys out there, but not everybody got to see it.
We were, while he was in his meeting, I was watching making the YouTube rounds, and saw JLR talking about a new search. And then he had posted a few things in the video that said there was going to be a command center at the Shackle Island firehouse like it was before.
Mm-hmm.
So immediately we drove there first. Didn't see anyone. And people in the chat are like, it's actually across the street. Well, there was nobody across the street. When then they told us it was at a church down the road. It wasn't there either. So we decided, we're like, is this like a media punk? You know what I mean?
Right.
So we decided to start driving. We saw two guys walking, I think, on Long Hollow.
Yeah, on the road out in front of.
And they looked kind of like they had the little military backpack and whatever. So we're like, yeah, I mean, it looks like they are searching, these two at least. So then I wanted to go to Ward Lane, which is behind. So, like, if you're looking at Google Maps and their house is right there, to the north, there is a lot of woods. And Ward Lane drives kind of like through the middle of them. And when we were driving to Ward Lane, we could see EMA.
Yeah, EMA was there.
Like they had a truck pulled over with a trailer behind it, which we now know they had side-by-sides on because we passed them. And then there was another truck for them in front of them. And there were no people though, right? So obviously we're like there in the woods. Well, then we went down Ward, and that was when we saw our first group of people off in the woods. Like, it was probably about 10, 15 maybe of them.
Yeah.
Then we drove on down, turned around. Then we came back towards Gallatin from Hendersonville, and we saw them off in the right down the road from their neighborhood, probably about
right across from Long Hollow Church. There
was a massive group searching this huge plot of land with a barn on it. Well, then we passed out some flyers in a place called Castellian Springs. Then we came back. And when we came back to the area, the Shackle Island Firehouse, which was the command center, was full of Hendersonville police. Like, there had to be 12 cars.
Probably, yeah.
And then we also saw them walking the construction site by the neighborhood. So, like, one street over, we saw them in their neighborhood.
And, across from their neighborhood. They're searching the
Yeah,
area.
it's pretty much around their house today.
I've seen you guys were like everywhere. You guys made covered a lot of ground in a short period of time. So, I mean, it was out there.
Well, and I will say, when we went back the second time, and which was an hour and a half after the first time, I wanted to go back down Ward Lane again. We actually passed all the searchers. They had loaded up in their trucks or whatever, but we did see they had a dog out there, a canine dog. Two girls were with the dog. So they've even got the dogs out there.
Good. Yeah. And like I said, from what we watched on the presser yesterday, they're just saying that they're researching like areas that they've been through once, which I think is a good idea. But it tells me too, I mean, would you get the same inflection that maybe they're thinking that there's something in that area specifically, that they're researching it for a reason, or just because that's protocol?
Well, that's what we were like trying to talk about this morning, because for me personally, you guys do this massive search in the beginning, and then you say that you're going back to the investigation part of it, right? If your investigation isn't fruitful for anything nefarious, anything somebody's done, like, to him, you would probably go and research the areas, see if you missed something or whatever. But it could also go the other way, right? If they think somebody did something nefarious and tried to hide it around that area. But it's just really weird. Like,
Well, and I'll say this too. I mean, thinking about the number of people and vehicles that we encountered on the roads off the side of the roads, if this is a scaled back search, let's say, I could see them maybe continuing to search and people just not really being widely aware of it, because if they weren't so concentrated in one area, I don't even know that you would know what they were doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so they have been searching, because they didn't say they were going to stop. They said they were scaling it back. And I'm
Right.
thinking maybe, you know, they have been and aren't just aren't giving any specifics, but I don't know.
No, it's a good point. I mean, and like I said before, like with just about any investigation, there's going to be a lot of things they're going to hold close to their chests for a reason. So it would make sense. You know what I'm saying?
It's just
Tyler,
super weird.
it is. I agree. I do agree. Considering the ground that's been covered so far, which is a lot, and there's been a lot of people that have searched over a 5-week period of time. That's a lot of ground to cover to go back and research it again. I was just, as I was watching it this morning, watching you guys, and I was watching some news stuff, it came up a little odd. Like, what do they know something that maybe they have to research for a reason? Is there something that was given to them after the fact of something? You know what I mean? That's where I was going. My mind went that direction right away. So
I'm the same because I don't understand. Like when we talked, so it's funny because where we saw them today on that Ward Lane or whatever,
yeah.
we were actually live the other day because that is where we wanted to go search.
Mm-hmm.
And it just so happened that we saw the guy who owned that property outside and we stopped and talked to him.
Mm-hmm.
And he literally was describing the search effort the first few days. He was like, literally for 3 days, a helicopter and a plane that had all this like high-tech stuff on it, night vision, thermal, some sort of scanning thing, did not stop. He was like, they would circle, they'd get out of line, they would go get gas, and they would come right back. And he said there were people everywhere, like every inch of this ground that is here that I personally have has been searched. Then we ran into another guy who owns 300 acres out there, and he was saying the same thing. Like they had so many people and horses. So in my mind, I'm just like, if you mass or get together a mass search group like this, as good as that stuff was covered, are you going back because you think maybe he did come back to the area?
Right.
Well, and
Yep.
if the force of people that we actually saw is what they're searching with today, I'd say it's a tenth of what they had before. So I mean, it may just be that they're, you know, they don't know what's going on, and they're searching again with a force of people just to see what they can find, if anything.
Well, like there's certain types of like sonar equipment that I heard about that was being used in the drones, helicopters, and planes that they don't. That's like military type stuff that they use. So that, like, if they're looking for, like in war zones, they're looking for the enemy or like trying to find people that maybe went MIA or something. Okay, that they were bringing that kind of stuff in. And I'm like, okay, that's good stuff. So here's my thought. If they don't find anything on this go round, that child is not in this area, in my opinion.
I agree.
He's gone. He's out of this whole area, in my opinion. So, and with 5 weeks passing, that's beyond plausible. Okay, so it begs to wonder, you know, where could he possibly be? So if you take that into account, you know, without knowing anything else more than what we know, obviously, I still feel like he could have been grabbed by somebody. Okay, I just clearly feel that. And if it's somebody local, he would be hidden in somebody's home, in my opinion. But if it's not, it could have been somebody that was just, like I said, it's been Salty said it multiple times. Crime of opportunity. Somebody passing by happens to see this child either sitting somewhere, standing somewhere in the middle of the night, grabs them, and they're gone. Like I said a couple weeks ago, he could be in Alaska at this point, for all we know. Anywhere from Alaska to Hawaii. I didn't mean Alaska as in because of the rumor. I meant the distance. So
well, that's kind of when you said he could be in someone's house, right? That's kind of the impression of like that equipment that we got, because the one guy told us they can literally tell what kind of glasses you're wearing from like 8,000 feet in the air.
Yeah,
And also tell how many people are in a building when they go over it.
That's what I was referring to. The military stuff that they use. It's a military radar, or not radar, but like a sonar type version stuff. They used it in the Gulf War when they were looking for, or not the Gulf War, but in Afghanistan when they were looking for, what's his name that they finally got, the tall, skinny, goofy, bearded guy. What the hell's his name?
Bin Laden?
Thank you. They were using that in houses and caves to see. They showed like screenshots of this stuff where they would show a home that had 8 people. You could see the heat signatures from 8 different people, and they could tell who those people were based on their size and this and that. And it gives the measurements of the body frame that's there, the possible weight. I mean, guys, it's like hardcore, real deal stuff. And that's what I was told they were using, like what you were explaining, down to the details of like the glasses and stuff, which is insane to me, but it's good. Thermal infrared. Thank you, William. Yes, and it was Bin Laden. I don't know why I couldn't think of his name. But that's the kind of stuff they were using over there when they were looking for him. Same with when they were looking for the other guy. I don't know why I can't think of these guys' names. They got him too.
I mean, so Bond Girl, the LE did say that those were not his glasses. And I will say this. I mean, fiance wears a pair of glasses that look just like Sebastian's.
I have a pair that actually, my glasses that look just like those too. So they're pretty standardized glasses. You know what I mean? Hey, Angela, good to see you. And Blonde Girl, you as well. In the very beginning, I heard the rumor that there was a lady that lived around there, could have been hiding him. I remember that was actually in our chat, and I think we talked about that.
It was a psychic lady, I think.
Yeah, she came in and said, "Thank you, Firefly." Who's saying that was the other one? I don't know why I can't think of these guys. So yeah, I mean, we all kind of listen to that, but again, unless you go inside somebody's home, looking through the home, you're not going to know. And again, Mind of Monsters was in here last night talking about an autistic child that had ran away multiple times, and was the home was searched by police with body cams, and did not see this until they went back and looked through the body cam footage and noticed that you could see in the one room there were 3 kids sitting on a bed. In between the mattresses, you could see his eyes peeking out through on the body cam, but they didn't catch it with their eye. So if somebody wants to hide somebody, they're going to do it. Okay. If somebody wants to keep somebody hidden in some of these homes, people have crawl spaces and different things that they put together in their own homes to do stuff like this. It's very possible that he could be, hell, in the neighbor's house, you guys. If those people are not good people and they're trying to hide this, it's fact. It can't happen. I'm not saying that's the probability of what's going on, but it could be that situation, or the child could be in Alaska or Hawaii or somewhere else by now. Is what I'm saying. The guy who escaped jail, who we talk about a little bit, that Cavalcante guy. Is that who you're talking about? Okay. I don't think those homes have basements over there. They have crawl spaces. We saw the one, their house specifically has, it sits on a slab, and there's in the back right side of the house, there's a white door to the back of the house that is the door entrance to the crawl space, which I'm sure I would hope has been one of the 10 times that house was searched, that the crawl space was searched as well.
They do have basements here. Some, like I think our neighbor has one.
I meant not like all the houses, but that area over there, their house doesn't have a basement is what I meant. I'm sorry.
No, I don't think theirs does. It is a slab.
Right. Which is why in effect they have the crawl spaces, because that's how you get to the plumbing and electrical and all that stuff.
Which is kind of stupid. They need more basements. As many tornadoes as they get here, like, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I would not. I couldn't live in a house. We get tornadoes here all the time, at least this time of year. And I have friends that live in houses on slabs that come to my house because I have a basement. So
She says that because we're at the house, we came back and we're going to go to a particular spot and search, and now it's raining and the wind is blowing, and she keeps looking out the window.
you guys have storms coming because we had that last night.
It was beautiful this morning.
Yeah.
And then we came back to the house to grab a gimbal, and then as soon as we pull in the garage, the wind starts blowing and rain starts pouring.
Freezing
and
now.
It's pouring and freezing out.
Well, if the temperature dropped, you're good because that keeps the tornadoes away. But if it stays warm and you got that coming, go hide because I had them bouncing around me last night on the news. I was watching it. They were all around me, but right here, no. But the wind was blowing and the thunder and lightning. It sounded like a train was going through my backyard. It was crazy. And the wind, the rain, everything around me is flooded now. It was a lot of rain. So it must be rolling back around, heading down south to you guys. But at least the temperature went down a little bit, so you don't have to worry about that tornado stuff.
It is kind of circling. I looked at the map when we got back because, like you said, it started raining. And there's like this, it almost looks like the way a hurricane does on a map when it just circles. Like it's crazy. It's just spinning.
Yeah. Yeah, they're rolling all over the place, they're saying. Did you guys notice if they had any of like the waterways around you had any water vessels going out for searching today as well, or no? Was it just ground
I
search?
didn't see anyone on the water, honestly. And we saw in the news thing this morning 2 boats on top of a trailer that looked like they were out there, but that was just on the news. When we got there, we didn't.
Were they they look like kind of like a raft type boat?
Yeah, like a pop-up boat, like a blow up.
That's EquiSearch. I saw them on the news as well, and they were showing they were out actually yesterday or the day before, I think, on one of the news broadcasts. Hold on a minute here. I was trying to show you guys something and it will not come up.
Well, and I mean, where we were at for the most part today was probably, I'd say we were 6 miles from the major water areas. You know what I mean? So they may be down at the Cumberland River or Old Hickory Lake or something searching with the boats.
Gotcha. So I saw a lot of people when you guys were out going with the camera shots and stuff like that. Big groups of people too.
Yeah.
It looked like they're in groups of like 15, maybe more. Like they're in little like clusters, right?
Yeah.
And I think what they're doing is probably just grid searching everything.
Yeah, it's a good idea. And now, is that how they did, from what you guys know, is that how they did the search the first time like that, or was it different?
I don't know if they grid searched. I would say some, yeah.
Well, I think that's what, don't hold me to that, but I think that's what the EMA director had said at some point, or the sheriff or somebody had put that out, that they were grid searching originally. So, I mean, I
think that's right, because they were tracking them right as they walked.
Yeah, I would imagine that would be something standard that they do, right? I don't know, but I would think that would be kind of the protocol. Otherwise, you'll miss something.
Right. No, that makes plenty of sense. I still can't get. I wanted to show you guys this too.
I hate that they came back out to do this, and the weather has come back in.
Yeah.
So that just hit out of nowhere, huh?
Well, it started like, it looked like it was gonna be nasty. Like I kept looking, I was like, it looks really dark over there. And we thought it was just gonna pass over, but apparently there's just this like rain system that dumps some, then it's sunny, dumps some, then it's sunny. It's done it like 4 cycles since we've been home.
Oh, yuck. That sucks. Big time. Let me see if this will. Okay, so if you guys can see this, this is in a obviously a plane, and it's a type of a I keep wanting to say sonar, which is for the water, and it's not radar, but it's like a drone type camera that they put on, and if you see, you can't really see it real well, but this is inside of a bunker right here. Okay, they can literally see these little things, these white spots here. See those are people and animals and shit. They can see through concrete bunkers into the ground. These were underground, like I want to say they were 50 feet built into the ground, and they can see the heat signatures for different people, different heights and different stuff like that. And this is how they found people like Bin Laden, Hussein, stuff like that. And they used this kind of stuff they were saying as they were doing this search, and they have been, which I think is really interesting, that they're bringing this kind of stuff in. And then this one guy operates these drones or the planes or whatever, and he operates the cameras doing that kind of stuff. And for them to be using that kind of stuff, and if they come up with nothing after all of this, I'm telling you, that child is not in this area. There's just no way he could be. You know what I mean?
I'm actually in 100% agreement with that, which is kind of why I'm like, what is the, if they really did have all that technology out there, what is the point of researching the area you've already been in? Like,
Right.
you guys have got to be out there, in my opinion,
On a tip
not looking for him, but looking for evidence of
some sort. Yeah.
Of like a nefarious type of, like, it has to be.
Right. I can agree with that. I can agree. Like I said, either they have a tip of something that has to do with him, or like you said, I can agree, they're looking at looking for some form of evidence or something else that would lead them possibly to what either happened to him or to where he could have gone. That's a good point, and one of my thoughts as well. And I pray that they do find something throughout this today, or get some kind of a break or something that leads them somewhere, because it's just been way too long, you guys. We're going into 6 weeks here pretty soon, and enough is enough.
Well, you remember in the beginning, they came out and said they think he may have outwalked the search grid. So why is it that you're
Staying back in that search grid, right?
in the same search grid?
I mean, but you know, if they don't know, I mean, obviously they don't know where he's at, have no real inclination of where he's at, or they wouldn't be amassing in force nearby, right? So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that they're recanvassing the same area they've already searched 5.5 weeks ago. So I mean,
Well, and I can agree. It looks like what they have done is they checked the initial area time. Then they brought out the fact that he may have outwalked the search grid. So they went on the outside and checked all that. Now they're coming back into this again. So I think, once again, they're just basically, double checking everything to make sure there's nothing they missed. I hope, again, that it's not because they got a tip and they think that they know that there's a possibility that he's in that realm of area, maybe not with us anymore. If you know what I'm saying, I hope that's not why.
But what are you missing with that technology? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I agree. Because
the neighbor that we spoke with, he said they were literally out there that freaking morning. And it's like, if you've got thermal, you would have seen him.
I would imagine, yeah. And I can't get it out of my head. I told you guys I'm stuck now on that whole thud being the answer to everything. And whatever that thud was, it's probably what sparked whatever happened. I just feel like that he went out a window. And I go along with that thud could have been the window closing or something that had to do with that. And he went out, and I keep feeling like somebody picked him up and took off with him. That's my biggest inclination at this point. I can't get past that. Because like even the mom said that she said her exact words were, "Somebody has my boy." Why do you think that? Because with everybody that's searched, the amount of area that they've searched, they would have found it by now. And that came out of her mouth. She said, somebody has my boy. And I was like, well, damn. So I don't know, you guys. I can't get it out of my head. I swear that child is either very close to that house in somebody else's home being hidden because, for their own nefarious reasons or whatever, or he's far, far away from that area. Those are the only things I feel at this point. Because honestly, we got to think about something else. I think personally, if the parents, everybody keeps going back to the parents, if they would have been involved, the police followed up with them immediately. Okay. Like immediately. There's the first people they check because that's what they do. And they followed everything that those people did, retraced all their steps, checked everything they had, followed up with their jobs, did this, did that, all this stuff, and came up with nothing. And they're still coming out saying, we do not feel that there is any foul play involving the parents.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It just, there it is. I'm just saying, guys.
I mean, but would they tell us anyway? You know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
I know I'm torn with that. I am, because you're right. Because if they do suspect somebody, they're not going to put it out there to spook that person from running or lawyering up or doing anything. And none of that has happened on either side of the family. So I don't know. I don't know what to think at this point, and it's starting to scare me. I'll be honest with you a little bit. This is starting to have, I hate saying this, some of the same traces of what the Summer Wells case had. And I'm not going to accept that. I'm just not. Because we're 3 years into that, and there's nothing on her case, nothing. So that just doesn't work for me. And there's so much more that's offered in this situation than there was for that case. Different variations, I should say. But thank you, SRB. I don't know, guys. It's a thing. It definitely is a thing. This case really hits way different than anything else I think we've covered at this point, for sure. So, also, I'm going to go ahead and open the phone lines up to anybody who wants to call in. If you had any questions for me, as long as Clue's comfortable with sitting up here and answering anything for her too, since she was out there today and has been out there since the beginning, ongoing anytime they can be. So please give us a call if you can or want to. Let us hear what you think. Ask your questions, and let's talk about it, guys. That's a lot of people have said that, JC. As suspicious as Chris has come off, I get it. I was that way in the beginning. A lot of people are starting to think differently, truthfully. Like I said, I'm sure that they investigated him immediately, as well as his father, as well as his mother, and have come up with nothing. And they're very, very blatantly stating that there is nothing. You're doing those eyes again, Kells. Those creep me out. There's nothing that links them to anything nefarious with this. So I got to go with law enforcement. But again, like Clue said, would they really tell us? That's true. It's a good point.
I don't even think they would tell us that.
Probably not. You're probably right.
Glasses. I don't even think they would tell us that.
Well, and that's the thing, is I'm sure they're watching what they're saying, because if there's anybody out there that is involved in this at all, they're watching every bit of this that's going on. You got to understand that. If there's somebody involved in this, they are watching everything. Okay? So they got to be careful what they say, what they put out, how it's released, what's released or not released. And that's dangerous, because that will spook somebody. That will send somebody into hiding or cause worse things to happen. So they do have to be careful. I agree. WB, they've claimed, law enforcement has claimed, as well as the Proudfoots, that house has been searched 10 times or more, inside and out, upside down. So I'm going to go with the fact that they've searched that house every which way that you can. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, even Seth says that
Mhm.
they've been through that house at least 10 times.
Right. Absolutely. So, again, guys, the number's 234-703-4047. If you want to call in, feel free. What is TBI saying when they say social media aspect isn't complete or inaccurate? What do you mean by that? Because I haven't heard that.
Yeah, on that interview you just played with or the press conference, I mean. Because there's people that come out and say they've got like information and it's part of the investigation.
Yeah. Well, what they're
Even Nick Barris was guilty of that.
yeah, he was. Yeah, and I don't trust him at this point, at all. After what he did with the whole backyard light thing, he could have presented that in a way better way, and he chose not to. He chose to keep it mysterious to draw everybody in my opinion, to watch that. And they got 1 million some odd views over that, and that's not what this is about. It shouldn't be at all. So at this point, I'm not a fan of his. Sorry. Welcome, Golf Inspector. Thank you for joining us. That's just my opinion. They still could have missed something. I say they need to check the house and for sure the cars again, breakouts, luminal. Well, see, that's the thing. We've talked about that a few times now. I don't know if there's been any forensics done at all.
No.
I don't. Okay, and that's what I thought. I didn't think there was. Maybe that would be a good idea, just because, then they could completely rule that out too. Once that's ruled out, now what do you have? There's nothing else to look in that form for. Go around and check things. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't take very long. Check the camper, check the cars, check the house, use luminol, whatever you got to do to rule all of that out. And that's off to the side. We're moving on, focusing on this child. Where is he? Maybe that would be a good idea. Maybe they will do that. I mean, they've countered this and called it an investigation now for quite a while. So this isn't a missing persons case anymore. It's an investigation. They did that, 4 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago. And that's when it changed over. So, but I know that's the problem is that's probably why they have it, Norma, because there hasn't been a crime committed that anybody has seen. Therefore, or that anybody knows of. They're not going to go in like that. You know what I mean? Okay.
Call from Terry.
Hello, Terry. How are ya?
Hey,
well, I showed a virtual thing of the house. The ground, it's a one floor, it's all one level house. I mean, I don't think it's one level, but his bedroom's on the ground level. And it was literally like 2.5 to 3 foot drop from the window to the ground, in my opinion, from where I was looking at it. So I would imagine you wouldn't have to be, he's what, 5'5", they said?
Oh yeah, he'd crawl out that window.
Yeah, that's no big deal. I mean, you could throw your feet out, drop down, and you're on the ground and moving. So that's his bedroom now. I'm sure there's an upstairs, but he wasn't up there. So
were the windows locked? Did they check that? I mean, I'm sure they did.
I don't know. I don't know if they checked the windows in that sense.
Did.
They did. Okay.
They said nothing on the outside. In one interview, I remember them saying nothing on the outside of the house was disturbed at all.
Okay.
Did they use fingerprints on the?
I don't know. Did you know anything about if they fingerprinted any of the windows or doors?
Me?
Yeah. Did you hear anything about that?
Mm-mm. I just know there was an interview done with, I think maybe Chris and Katie, and they said that they had not done any type of like forensics at that house.
Okay, so then there probably was no fingerprinting done. That's a good question, though, Terry. It would be interesting to know. But then again, everybody in that house, their fingerprints are going to show up all over the place. You know what I mean? Or anybody that's been in and out of that house. So they're going to have to eliminate a lot of people.
Well, they had screens, and they said the screens weren't off. Am I correct?
Right.
Am I remembering that correctly? Okay. So somebody, I mean, we said somebody that even had been in the house, and why would they have their fingerprints on a screen?
Well, if it's Chris or Katie or even Sebastian for that matter, I think the screens are slide screens, just like the ones I have on my windows. The windows look just like mine, and they slide up and down in a track. So the screens could be slid up or down from the inside or outside if you can grab a hold of it.
So what if they weren't the three? If it was like somebody that didn't, you know, it wasn't Chris or Katie's, or it wasn't.
Well, right.
Sebastian.
Yeah, if they did pull fingerprints and they found that some that don't match that shouldn't be there, then yeah, you know, obviously that would definitely be an issue to look into for sure, in my opinion.
Okay, that's all I had. I just was curious if they had done that, because I'm trying to picture in my mind how somebody would get in there, or if they would, or what it would take to get him out of there.
Right. No, those are good questions. I don't think anybody went into that house. I haven't thought that from the beginning. I think he went out. Now, whether he was lured out or he did it on his own, I think he went out. I don't think anybody went in after him. It's likely somebody came to a window or a door or something, and somehow or something or another set up something and said, "Meet me at this time," or something like that, possibly. But I don't think anybody went in and took him out of there personally. That's my opinion, though.
Okay. Well, if he actually did it himself and was able, in barefoot, dark, and he was able to not have a camera catch him at any time, when we do find him, because there's not going to be an if, when we do find him, he needs to join the Navy SEALs.
Good point, Terry. Good point.
On that note, I'll let you go.
Thanks, son.
Call from Novit.
Hello, you are live. Who am I speaking to again?
Novit.
How are you today? What can I do for you?
Welcome to the Dago and Clue crew. I've been wanting to say that.
Welcome. How are you?
Good. You know, there was a theory that I heard and wanted to kind of throw it out there and see what you guys thought. I think it was from like a friend. What about if maybe stepdad is not, kind of like what you were saying, not maybe involved, but I think they were saying something like maybe both the bios. That was not, I don't think I hear a lot of people talking about, I hear a lot of people sometimes talking about like all three of them. But
I've never heard that one. I have heard the biological parents, you know, in that sense. I gotten a couple emails about that, but I have to go along with what law enforcement says, and Paula says that's a good point. What would be their motive if that was the case?
You know what? I wish.
Well, my friend has some theories on that.
I wish fiance wasn't on a work call, because he has actually had that same theory.
Okay.
Say that again.
I said I wish fiance wasn't on a work call, because he has legitimately had that same theory, but what I can't remember is his reasoning for it. Like what, like you just said, what would be the motive? And I can't remember what he said.
And what was your friend's theory on the motive?
Well, I don't think either one. I mean, she, my friend, does not think either one. are very patient, maybe sometimes. And from my understanding, they both might, which there's nothing wrong with having drinks and stuff. But maybe some have more than others. And I think that there's kind of a common denominator there with that, she was thinking. And that was a bad run-on sentence. And that maybe it could have been accidental, like he was getting out of hand that night, and maybe dad came to help, settle him down, and something accidentally happened, and or something a little bit more, neither one wanted to take on that role.
Got you. Now, I thought when I learned about some of Sebastian's, when we learned about how there was a little bit more severity to his issues than what we were actually given in the beginning, I thought about the fact that, that he has a tendency to throw himself on the ground, bite himself, hit himself, maybe lash out violently. That could have been an instance, it went through my mind that, Katie's home with him a lot. And it was something that crossed my mind that something happened and he disagreed with the situation. It was triggered. Something triggered him, okay? And he had an episode per se, and it got into a little bit more than what it needed to, and something may have happened. This is something I thought about a while back, couple weeks back, the probability of it. But again, I would imagine that law enforcement would have been able to find something related to that at this point. I'm sure that they've been all through that house and all over those people looking for something to relate to that instance. I mean, these people can't be professionals. I mean, nobody's perfect, okay? There would have to be a mistake made somewhere. But going back to the fact that it's been stated that forensics has not been in that home, then that's a possibility still in my mind, maybe, that it could have happened that way.
And being that he had a thing on the side of his head that I heard Seth talking about, so he didn't want him playing sports and stuff, because if it got, it's basically water on the brain, I think is what he was saying, on one side. And if that accidentally got hit in just the right way, he was saying could kill him. And
yeah,
obviously,
very possible.
So it doesn't even have to have been like it was anything on the outside that could leave a whole bunch, any more evidence than just him living in the house anyways.
Right, but
just the regular DNA.
I mean, that's possible, but here's my question. Where is he, and who did what with him? You know what I mean? That's the big question. How was that not seen on any of the local like any of the cameras in the neighborhood? That's the thing that I struggle with in that instance. I'm not saying it's not possible, but where's they would have
maybe
to show up.
When she went driving the next morning to go look for him. Maybe she went down. I'm sure they spent some time canvassing the area that night. To see where cameras are and aren't. And I mean, because Seth is going to be a little bit they both are probably going to be pretty aware of that type of stuff because of their careers. So maybe they spent some time kind of canvassing. So the next morning when she got in her vehicle to go drive around and look for him, maybe that could have been the handoff, because at that point, my friend said at that point, nobody could have seen because there was no cameras. Maybe they found that. I don't know. I'm just, because you're right. Where is he? And if you take away the handicap or his, autism, I mean, we got parents out there all the time that are doing stuff to kids who, listen and don't have tantrums like that and whatnot. So I'm sure it was very strange, for her. I mean, my husband challenges me all the time by just looking stupid sometimes. I'm like, where can I hide your body at? But I mean, they do that. I mean, it's just, any regular kid, any child with some special needs, any of that. So it didn't have to be anything maybe, like evil or planned out. It could have just been an accident, and then they both, or whoever, panicked. And then,
well, I'll say
time.
this much: if it was something like that, I definitely don't think it was premeditated. I think it would have been
Right.
a definite, at the heat of the moment type scenario if it was something like that. Do you have any thoughts on that at all, Clue?
I struggle with why they would hide it. Like if it really was an accident, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you just call 911 and say, "Hey, something happened. Here's the deal." Boom, 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 and it's
Well,
dealt
because
with.
there's still, even if it's an accident, then it just goes to involuntary. And so I just, I think sometimes people panic, and I understand that he's in corrections, but that doesn't, if you're not aware of like maybe the law, and maybe they were all just kind of heated, and and then by that time hours had passed, or or maybe they'd been drinking, and because of that, I mean, I can see a lot of reasons why. I mean, that would be the main thing I would think, is if it was innocent and it was an accident, yeah, call 911. But I can also see too, because I got to always try to see, both sides, to go, well, yeah, it was an accident. However, this is what was happening. And if we go in front of, a jury because of this and this, then involuntary, and then they're going to find themselves, I mean, I don't know.
Well, I mean, if anybody that's in a situation were to take, I understand that there's panic modes, but even an involuntary manslaughter charge, it's very low compared to murder one with
concealing a corpse
and stuff like that. You're going to get like years upon years, as to where involuntary manslaughter, you might get, 9, 10, 12 months, 15 months, something like that, especially if it was a complete accident. And I would think that you would think that out. Maybe some people don't, but I mean, it would just be the weight of both of those is way different. So I don't know, I don't know.
Right. I know for me, if it was involuntary, if I did something involuntary, I wouldn't mind sitting out a prison sentence, because I wouldn't want to be around anyways. But I know not everybody feels and thinks the same way.
That's
so
true. That's
without
true.
knowing who they really truly are within their own real true personalities, it is, I mean, we kind of know people like, to make pizzas, but and I was just being funny on that one, because we kind of have to make, keep it light.
Well, I understand. I do. I understand.
It would be great if they just handed him off to somebody, and that they know, and that has maybe special needs children, or are good with them, and he's just living a great life. I feel horrible for those people if they ever get busted with him, but that would be a nice thought. But I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there too. And see if anybody else has any thoughts on that.
I get it completely. Like I said, I know it's crossed a lot of people's minds in here. My mind, at some point, somebody within the relationship of the family, of course, we've all thought about that. That's part of what this is. But again, I try to stick with what the police are telling us, so on and so forth, because I try to trust in what they're doing. Not to say that they're going to be, like Clue has said a couple of times, they're not going to tell us everything all the time. So we
No. It's just like if they really, really are honing down on somebody, like we can have an arrest in an hour, and they're really honing down on them. They're not going to even let them, lead on that they're even a suspect.
Agreed. And that's the thing, is if that's the case, this could take a long time. We've seen, just for instance, the Madeline Soto case, there still has not been any murder charges put against Stephen Stearns, and it's been how long now that he's still sitting there. So this could take a while if that is the case. That they've said that they're not ruling out foul play at this point, but they're also not saying. They've also said multiple times now that as far as they're concerned, they see nothing that links the family, either parent, any of the parents to foul play within this in regards to that. So I have to go with that for right now.
Right.
But that could change, like you said, at any second. We could find out right this moment that there's something different, because that's how it works. So
Right.
they're good points, though. I mean, it's definitely something to think about from time to time. But as of right now, I feel like the child was either lured, or it was triggered and left, or just got curious and left, was bored, got out, figured something out, and walked away. And I really feel like somebody grabbed him, as much as I hate to think about it. And I think that's what happened. I truly do.
You hate to think about
You
it.
know, I don't know about on Caden's, his, where he's at on his, but I know my granddaughter where she's at on hers. And I will tell you, she's not going to leave with anybody she does not know. Like when a stranger gets close, when she was younger, she would be screaming at the top of her lungs.
My son would beat somebody's ass. He's a big kid. He would start swinging, kicking, and hauling ass and yelling before he would let anybody walk away with him. That's a promise. I can tell you that right now.
Right. So like if it was like because everybody's like, oh, he doesn't have internet. He doesn't have. Well, okay, you have internet at school, and they have free time at school. And I think the Switch, anyways, you can connect, but to other people outside.
You
so there
can.
could have been like, hey, meet me, whatever. And maybe he was just at that point, or a level to where he would meet up with somebody he didn't know, not knowing, where he was at on that.
The only
he
thing
did go to a public school, so he's used to being around a lot of people.
The only thing that I was doubtful of, that I started thinking on, and this is again because my son showed me that it's possible. A lot of kids, I don't know if Sebastian has a Chromebook or not, but most kids do nowadays that the schools give them. And I was told by my son's principal, 3 of his teachers, his counselor, and they have a tech advisor or something, that they cannot get into anything except for what the school allows them. It's completely locked out. I was told that the first time he laid his hands on that, right? Because I asked, is there anything I need to do, anything I need to watch to ensure that he can't do anything extra on this? This was 3 years ago, I'm sorry, because he's the junior. No, Mr. Mayors is perfectly fine. He can't get into anything, so on and so forth. We promise you this and that and everything else. 2 weeks later, again, we collect toys together, and he loves the action figures too. And he's looking at Marvel superheroes, and he said, Dad, check this out. And he's doing his homework at the table right there. And I was like, oh, what are you doing? I figured he was going to show me some homework or something. I walk over, and he's on eBay looking at this. And I said, how the hell did you do that? And he kind of looked at me and grinned, and he was like, it wasn't hard. He was literally sitting
all
there
the
for
kids
like
know how to
10
do
minutes.
that. Yes.
So yes, they can be cracked. They can be, there's different back doors to get into different things. All you got to do is play with it for a little while. He had 2 weeks to figure it out, and he did it. So yes, it's possible. It's possible that somebody else can get into those. I found out, I looked into that a little bit, that somebody can get in and send messages to people through there, so on and so forth. So yeah. And if his parents are busy, again, he's doing homework, he's doing this, he's doing that, they're not paying full attention to what he's doing, boom. And it's going to be exciting to him because, again, it's a friend. This child has no friends. He wants people to be nice to him. He wants people to befriend him. He wants people to be interested in him. So if somebody shows that interest, a groomer, whatever you want to call it, he's going to show that interest back, in my opinion.
He's going to be the first one, to be down with that.
So,
and just the fact that he's got that niceness about him, the little bit more naive niceness about him, too. He's just naturally probably going to gravitate towards that.
Very sweet, yes.
Now, just 2 other things. I'll have to get with you offline because you collect things that I have a bunch of that I don't. So we'll do that offline. But Clue, did you say you knew somebody who thought that way or felt that way?
Yeah, fiance has talked about that. If maybe it was the 2 biological parents together.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I really cannot remember what he said, because I'm always like, well, what would be the motive for that? You know what I mean? If Katie, if he was too overwhelming for her to take care of, he's getting ready to go to his dad's house, right? So there is no motive there. And for the dad, he keeps saying he's always wanted Sebastian to live with him. So where's the motive there?
Right.
I just
Maybe
couldn't
she was
see the motive,
including
but
him more into these. It's because they were going to be doing that switcheroo, and so it kind of integrates them, you know, together. Maybe she was because if Chris really wasn't there and all that good stuff, then that would give her a chance to try to, you know, maybe co-parent a little bit more with, you know, dad, because she doesn't have, you know, the thumb on her. If that, you know, so maybe she was trying to reach out to him a little bit for some help, and, you know, but and one other thing, I'll let you guys go. I know you got people trying to call in. Each one of their interviews, I started, you know, how everybody was talking about her demeanor was kind of changing, and, you know, but each one reminded me, and she would say things on each one. And it wasn't so much that she was changing the story, because I do know sometimes, you know, it's okay to add an extra detail here or there that you didn't in the very beginning, you know, because it is traumatic. So sometimes it takes a second for all those. But the word thud, I think we all know, where maybe, to me anyways, once it all started seeing, you know, multiple, or my friend, thud came, you know, from a certain case. It seems like everything that was starting to happen and then look like, you know, towards the end, you know, the Soto case, how, you know, I saw a lot of fear in her. But this look, you know, she starts to look like she's an abused woman, you know, towards the end. And I just kind of feel like maybe she was trying to implement some of that all the way through to make herself look more innocent, because, you know, maybe she did a little research, who knows? But I don't know. I just got to really, my mind, you know, I was a nurse for many, many years in DOC, and your mind kind of has to go, you know, it just naturally goes places after, I guess, you live in those environments for so long. You know, you get some of that innocence taken away even as an adult, and see things differently.
Yeah.
But
now the
you
one
got an
thing,
email address, right?
yes, ma'am, I do. I'll put it up on the screen for you here in 1 second.
Okay.
I will
Well,
say,
thanks for taking my call. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, always, never a problem. The one thing I will say about both the biological parents involving, I can't get with that, because they can't stand each other. That's fact. That's been proven already, that they do not like each other at all. So if that, I just couldn't imagine.
How?
What's that?
How?
Who? What do you mean?
How has that been proven? I'm just.
Well, I mean, I guess I shouldn't say proven. My observation is, I'm talking about Seth and Katie, come off as the fact, maybe that's a better way to phrase it, that they don't like each other at all. That's
right, and that's where
that's
I'm
how I've
kind
gathered.
of, yeah, and maybe if they have something like a common denominator thing, that sometimes that lowers, you know, and then we kind of get to a place where it doesn't really matter if we all get along or not. If, you know, if our children are throwing, you know, a big enough fit, or, you know, we may just be like, come and get your child, or come calm them down, or, you know, you don't have to like each other. Sometimes you have to probably not like each other to say, you know, come handle this.
Right.
And you've got to deal with this drama.
I guess it's never been proven. I guess it's my personal observation from what I've seen from the two of them. It seems to me they don't like each other. But again, people can do whatever they need to do if they're manipulative. I'll just say it that way.
I was just gonna say to that, like, Jeffrey Dahmer came off as the super nice, friendly guy next door. So.
Yeah,
very good point.
He was able to fool a cop. Come on,
very good point.
With an underage kid.
Agreed. There's my email address, and one more time, who am I speaking with again?
Little bit. Well, it's little LIL space bit little bit.
Okay, I didn't hear it clearly. Thank you so much, and thank you.
You're welcome,
calling in.
man.
I appreciate you. There's my email address, and thank you once again for calling in.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Clue. Bye.
Bye.
Call from Norman. To accept, press 1.
Hello.
Hello, Jacob.
Hi, is this Norma?
Mother.
I can barely hear you, hon. You might have to turn down something or turn something up.
Okay, can you hear me now?
That's a little bit better. Just try to speak up just a little bit more.
Okay, now
That's
I know a lot of people keep looking towards the mother, but if they had a child that went missing, it's sort of like losing someone. You kind of forget. You go through a daze because you got so much on your mind. You forget little details that were going on the day before or the night before. So, I mean, naturally, she may look suspicious. And then again, you know, they said he didn't have social media at either house. Well, he could have had a friend on the school bus that he used his phone to play games with the friend, met somebody and gave his info out, not knowing.
Good point. Good point.
Because I think somebody lured him out. I honestly do.
It seems to be the consensus. A lot of people feel that way right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the mother, because if the mother had snapped and went off and hurt this child, when she calmed down, she wouldn't have been strong enough, I don't think, to deal with doing away with his body. I really don't think so. Not with her being there alone.
That's a good point too. I can see that.
And the father, I don't think he did it. They come up with this insurance policy. I've had one on my grandson since he was 2, and he's 18 now. That's normal. I mean, you know, you look at funerals and things today. My son, his job shut down permanently, and I took one out just in case, you know, something ever arose, and he didn't have insurance on him. I was just looking out for their future. But I mean, if my son went missing, I would be in a daze from days to days to days, wondering what could I have done that night. And then, you know, when they ask me different questions, like Nancy Grace, she kind of makes you look guilty. I mean, it's like she don't ask you; she demands you to answer.
Yes.
I agree.
You know, just try not to judge the mother yet. I mean, because I'm leaning more towards this kid met up with someone. They lured him out. I mean, you know, and I hope and I pray that he's back soon.
I agree. I do agree.
But I'm going to get off because I know you got more callers.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And that goes for all of you guys. Thank you very much for your input. It's good to hear what everybody thinks on this. Have a great day, and thanks for calling again.
You too.
Bye-bye. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have different variations of opinions on it, and I respect it. I like to hear what people think on this from what we've seen so far. I truly feel, and I'm still stuck on the fact that he was either lured or walked out of that house. And if he walked out of the house, I feel like it was because something may have triggered him to do so. And I think it was a spur of the moment thought, and on either aspect, and that somebody, like I said, was either, you know, I'd still like to know, though, backing up to what was said earlier about this vehicle, supposedly, I'd like to know if that's been proven, if that's true, if law enforcement has that, which again, they're not going to tell me, of course, or tell us, of course, but if that's fact, then that would turn this case upside down, in my opinion.
Well, I do know they came out and said that every vehicle seen or whatever has been accounted for.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, it was a rumor, Amy. There's been a couple of those actually that have come out. It's never, as far as law enforcement's concerned, they've never said anything about that at all. So, well, Victoria, I've heard that too, from a lot of people that have said that about Seth, but he's also claimed that he's on the ground doing this, that, and everything else. So, I'm not going to really speak much on that at this point. But other than that, Amy, there is nothing new. They started a new search, research of old areas that they've already searched one time. And the glasses do not belong to him. The house is not up for sale. The house belongs to Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Chris is the primary on the deed, and that's the only things that I'm sorry.
That's backwards.
The one I put up yesterday showed Christopher as the primary.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I searched the GIS and it showed Katie. That's weird.
Let me see if I can pull it up again real quick. But the one I saw showed, hold on.
And I don't even know, honestly, if that means like one's primary or what. I think it's just.
Well, the way it shows it, it lists it as, oh, I do have something else I can show too, by the way, that was put up by SF Investigates, which is one of the PIs, I believe, that has been brought in. Let me see if this will come up for you guys while I'm looking for that other thing real quick. I hope you guys can read that. It says, I've created a new Sebastian Rogers search and rescue map to include locations of retention ponds and other water bodies or bodies of water is what he means within a 1 mile radius at the 50% probability line and a 0.4 mile radius at the 25% probability line. Given the consideration of autism in Sebastian's case, it's crucial to re-examine all nearby water areas. Although law enforcement seems to be telegraphing that this is a runaway situation, if search efforts are going to continue, then they should probably be based on statistical analysis and the areas of greatest probability, which is the water. I may have overlooked some water sources, so please let me know if of any missing ones, and I will add them to the map. This is just my personal input, and I share this map hoping that it might aid local search efforts. And here's the link to the map, which is there. And this shows, as it shows here, these here are all bodies of water in this area, and it's mapped out like this is 1 mile right here. The 1 mile radius. There's a lot. And then we have these few that are on the outskirts. Okay. But there's a whole lot just in this 1 mile radius right here. So one thing that stuck in my mind from the beginning of this was that he loves water.
Yeah, but he likes clean water.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
True too. He likes to be clean. He doesn't like being dirty. I don't know, Demon, if he is a good swimmer or not. I think that okay. I remember something about that in an interview. So okay. Yeah, so he does know how to swim. But I can't imagine him getting into a body of water that looks like toilet water because of the fact that he's such a germaphobe and doesn't like to be dirty. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So again, most of these bodies of water are muddy, boggy looking, cesspool type looking bodies of water. So,
well, and a lot of them that he has on there, because I looked at this the other day, they're not deep, right? A lot of them are like retention ponds for like farms,
like knee high at 2 to 3. Yeah, right. Which again, it's a good point, and it's a good thing to look at, a good source. I agree with Clue. I don't see him going towards something like that. I can imagine him walking up to or running up to a retention pond going, ooh, like a pool, and going, ew. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I envision that. I'm just saying. I just can't imagine, because I know, again, every child's different, but that's one thing that made me interested is because he's the same way. Caden's the same. He won't get into our swimming pool if there's a damn bug floating in it. You know what I mean? That's just his thing. So,
Well, and remember Seth said that like he would go fishing with him, but like he would have to bait his hook.
yep. He doesn't like bugs. He doesn't like any of that stuff. He doesn't like to get his hands dirty. It's gross. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, and it was cold. That's a good point too, SRB.
So that I will say it did not get cold until like day 3.
Right. But the water would be cold though, right? Because of the winter months. Doesn't it cool down there? The water?
Yeah, it does cool down.
Okay.
But something that's not that deep. I mean, if it's been in like the 70s, because I mean, our fish pond outside, right? Like it don't stay freezing. If it's hot outside, it'll warm up.
Yeah, I got you. Makes sense. Definitely. Thank you, Doodle, very much. And hey, Preston, what's going on, buddy? It's good to see you today. You better be being good for Grandma. Don't give her too hard of a time. I'll do that for you. But thanks for watching, bud. I appreciate you. And thank you, Doodle, very much. So there's that too. I wanted to show you guys that real quick. Yeah, I'm kind of weird with that too. I don't mind bugs flying around, but like I don't like what is the green shit called that gets in there sometimes?
Moth, algae.
Not algae. Yeah, I'm a freak about my pool. If it's got not crystal clear, I'm not in it. I don't do it. Him not liking bugs or dirt, I can see him being in the woods. I know. I can't see him being in the woods either because it's dirty, especially not barefoot. I can't imagine him being barefoot anywhere. Now, here's the thing. If he was triggered about something, yes, I can see that. But then when he calms himself down, coming to the point where he's realizing that he's barefoot and his feet are getting dirty, I would imagine that would cause him to go into a panic over that and wanting to get to somewhere to cover his feet. So, you know what I mean? If he was out running around barefoot. During his triggering moment, I can see it probably wouldn't make a difference. But after that ends, there should be something about that would change, I would think. Not to say that he wasn't picked up at that point or by that point either. So there's a lot with this, you guys, that just doesn't, it's hard to grapple. What was I gonna? Oh shoot! Can you guys excuse me for 1 second? I'll be right back. Clue, if you don't mind.
Okay. Thank you for attending the show. This is the portion we refer to as intermission. Stay tuned, get a refill on your beverage, and the show will continue shortly. Ding!
Sorry about that. I'm back. Did you sing? Can you hear me? Okay, so she can't hear me. That's a good question, Kimber. I would hope that the parents have taught that type of thing to him over the years. You know what I mean? Which would be a good thing. But we don't know. We just don't know. Are you still here, Clue? Or did she step away too? She did a formal intermission. Okay, then. Thank you. This is the part where a formal intermission. Gotcha. She had to go retrieve a beverage. Sing the song. What song is it that you're talking about, Tomboy?
You didn't hear my intermission?
No, I didn't.
Oh, it was so professional.
I heard something about this is the time when, and then that was it.
I even did a ding.
Well, I mean, I could have done this, but I didn't know you were going to be exiting too. Where the hell is it?
I didn't exit.
Well, you're stepping away. I'm sorry. That there, I could have put that up, but
I didn't do that either. I just said we're on an intermission. Ding.
with the ding noise and everything. Okay, works for me. So, do you have anything else? We're at 3:27, so it's probably about that time. But do you have anything else that you want to add to this for today?
I did Tracy again not hear my answer because I was trying to answer her question during the intermission.
Let me see. What was the question? Where's she at? Let me see.
It was like, she asked how far it was from town. So Hendersonville's not that big. And from their house to like where Bojangles, shopping, like the Ross, whatever, wherever you would shop, Tractor Supply, it's probably about 5 miles. And if
Okay.
you come out of their neighborhood, make a right on Long Hollow, you follow that road all the way into town.
Got you. So the town is it the Shackle Shackle Island? Is that what that's called?
No, the town is, I don't know why they call that Shackle Island. I might have to look that up.
I was curious about that because I saw the Shackle Island Volunteer Fire Department, but they keep saying Hendersonville, so I was kind of like,
It is Hendersonville.
okay,
So I don't, maybe because it's Shackle Island Road.
maybe that was maybe years long time ago. That was the name of it, and they changed.
Oh yeah,
it.
maybe.
You know what I mean? Because I know where I live used to be called something else like 100 years ago, and they changed the name to something different because of something from a family that lived here or something. I don't know. Hendersonville.
Yeah, we have a lot of areas that very well could be because there's a ton of areas up here. Like there's artifacts in the Sumner County Museum that came out of our yard.
Okay, that's cool.
It does have a lot of people now. Kimber is not lying about that. Like even since we moved here, or I moved here, fiance lived here longer than me, but since I've moved here, like, oh my gosh, Henderson has just like popped at the seams.
Blown up, right?
Oh yeah.
How far are you from that area, Kimber? Are you right around there too? You cannot drive through Hendersonville on the main road and there not be traffic. So it's turned into they've built it up and everything with more businesses and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, and the houses, like that's what kills me. Like I remember watching this channel last night, and they were like, I mean, that's $3,000 for a mortgage. That's crazy. That's a lot. And I'm thinking, like, that's like a regular house around here. I'm not kidding. Like, there's a new subdivision going in across or down the street from us, starting at 500,000, and the one beside of them is starting at 500. Like, you would be hard pressed to find a house around here for much less than that.
Gotcha.
Like our neighbor, matter of fact, they had that house. I don't remember what the guy, our old neighbor, bought it for, but it literally sold for almost $1 million. And he did not pay that for it.
I think with them adding these new subdivisions and these really nice homes and stuff like that, it's raising the property value in the area, and I'm sure if they're adding new businesses and restaurants and just that's how you build up an area. So,
well, that's what I was saying. Like that video I was watching last night, because the lady was wrong, and she said that their house was listed for 800,000, and then they were like saying how they didn't even pay that for it, and I'm like, yeah, that's how real estate works. You know what I mean? Like you buy something cheap, you like sit on it, and then you can sell it for more. That's verbatim how real estate works. So
that's the whole point, right?
exactly. Like, I mean, I promise you, if and around here too, the one thing that people want, they like the little cookie cutter subdivisions, but if you have a place like ours, where it's like a fairly decent house and you've got land, I mean, yeah, you're gonna get almost $1 million out here.
Right, that makes sense. And those houses are beautiful that I've so far that I've seen that are in the subdivision and stuff like. I mean, beautiful houses. Period.
That's what
Um,
I'm saying, Tom Boy. Like they were talking about it last night. Like there's just this like perception that like they live this crazy lifestyle and obviously they have a lot of money and it's like, I mean, they're, to me, I look at them like an average American family.
right. Okay. I may have been wrong the way that I got this thrown at me the first time. So yeah, I think you're right. So the first set that I saw with the deed and all that it was listed that Katie was secondary, but no, I think you're right. Because if you look at it, that Katie's number 1, he's number 2, and they're both on there.
Yeah, and I don't see if it matters, right? Like I don't see it. Is there
Well,
like a primary or something?
the way that I saw this the first time that was given to me, it was 2 separate things, and it showed this, but then over here on the left, it showed Chris Proudfoot and it said primary. So I was like, okay, but that may have just been the way they put it together.
Hey, zoom in on that again.
Is that good?
Yeah, but roll down some.
Okay, sorry. I don't know if hold on. Are you looking at the dates and the names?
Yeah.
That's the best I can do. Christopher Proudfoot, Renee Linton, Gerald Linton, Katie Proudfoot.
Okay, so they match at least September of 22.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Gotcha.
I
So
don't know
yeah.
who them people are.
Nope. They must have been the previous owners. But 22 to 24, 2005 to 24, 22 to current. Looks like he was actually, it looks like he was added on there. Wait, 22. 22.
Right.
Yeah, he was added on.
You think?
Or wait a minute. No, there's 22 too. Maybe not.
Right.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
just wondering that one to February 24. That's
Mm-hmm. No, I get it.
yeah, that's what I was saying. So well, they should both have one, right?
The veterans GI thing, yeah, I would agree because they're both military. His name is only on February 24th.
Right.
Right. Agreed. Well, hey, you don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't even want to start no rumor or speculation, but I mean, we've heard off and on that they were having trouble. And
Right. Right. So she may have to ensure that they have a home.
Took him off the deed.
Right. I mean, it happens. It happens. Very much happens. So, well, guys, I think that's gonna do it for this portion today. I'll probably be back here tonight, of course. In fact, I will be because I want to go over some things with Idaho because we have a hearing tomorrow. Yay. That I promised I would cover. So, she settled him for the house. It sounds, yeah, it could be Carolyn. Very well could be. So, thank you guys very much. Clue, thank you for jumping up here and giving details about your trip today. You guys said you're going back out here, or are you not going to now?
Yeah, if it's not gonna rain for a good portion, we're gonna head on out. He's in a meeting right now, but
Gotcha.
and I'd like to wait till the little one gets home so I know she made it.
Yeah, of course. That's true too, Summer Vibes. She could have bought him out. That's a good point. Somebody says this operation was already in progress. See, I don't know.
Yeah,
yet.
I haven't seen any, like, maybe, you know what I mean? I can't say no.
Until I've learned that there's so much that flows through the rumor mill. that I don't like to go with that until I see something in black and white, like what we just looked at, that it's in a document. You know what I mean? And that's I've learned that a lot more recently, especially in stuff like this, because you have nothing to say when you can drop a receipt and say, here it is, and then there you're done. So what's up, Tomboy? Did I miss something you said up here or something? You look like you're yelling at me. Like, they go. 2,700. Good God. I thought I was doing bad with 1,500. Legally separated. Look it up. Oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could probably look it up. I haven't
Is that
really.
a thing in Tennessee?
What, legally step? You can do that anywhere you want if you go to court to do it. But you have to go to court to do it. You can't just say I'm separated.
Yeah.
We were separated. That's what the creature tried to do to justify her cheating. So we never went to court for that. You was out hoeing around. So that's what she was doing. I'm not gonna lie. Right, Becky. I agree. Did I miss something though, Tomboy, that you said or didn't say, or what did I miss? Please tell me if I did. Thank you guys for the call-ins today. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate everybody's input and insight into this wholeheartedly. And like I said, I will be back this evening to do some prep, I guess we could say, for the hearing tomorrow in Idaho. For those of you that are interested in that, please tune in. For sure. Thank you, Carolyn. Just curious, in a divorce in Tennessee, 50-50 no fault. Wait, just curious. Is a divorce in Tennessee? In a divorce? I don't understand what you mean, D.
So I can say this much: for divorce in Tennessee, it's not like, so if fiance and I were to get married, if I could set a date and then get divorced, you pretty much leave with what you had when you came into the relationship. They don't do, and trust me, we went through it, but they don't really do the whole thing of, oh, okay, so you've been married for 30 years and everything half, da 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 da. They don't really do all that. It's pretty much as far as like the physical thing.
You don't have to sign like a prenuptial thing or anything?
No, I mean, sometimes, like, I've seen cases where they will, make the guy pay alimony, but like, for instance, when he asked me to move here, I'm like moving into a house that he already owned. So if we were to like divorce, I would have no claim to the house. Even if I could pay the mortgage, it wouldn't matter.
Because he had
Like,
that
sorry.
before you guys. Yeah, because he had that
Correct.
before your union. I get that. That's a good idea, because
No, I agree with that.
we don't have that here. Because if I were to marry somebody else, okay, she can, okay, like God forbid, I hate to talk about shit like this. I hate jinxing thing, but if me and Brandy were to split up or something, and I married somebody else, and she came in, and I was here, my house, all that stuff, and we got divorced like 6 months later or something like that. She has the right to contest during the divorce to try to get the house if she wants to, unless we sign a prenuptial agreement. So that's a good thing that you guys have that. I like that. And that's true. It would never happen anyway. Because I would never survive without Brandy. There's no way in hell. So hold on a minute here. People are asking me to check things before I go anywhere, so I'm doing it. Hold on a second. Okay. All right. So, oh, wait a minute. I didn't check the right thing. I'm sorry. Hold on, folks. I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. Um, so apparently EquiSearch is out in this area today. Said the guy said more sheriffs were pulling in and people standing around the pond looking in. He said he will try to um where is this? Hold on a minute here. Let's see if this looks familiar to you before you drop clue.
Yeah, I'm like, what area? I don't
Hold
see
on, I
anything.
gotta show it to you first, right? Um, oh, wait a minute, probably a little too much there. Does that look familiar to you at all? Golden Hollow Road?
They're at that pond?
I guess so, yeah.
Golden Hollow. I'm trying to think.
There's a map. Yeah. Golden Hollow, and then it goes up to that body of water. Hey, Melissa. It's a farm in Hartsville. Are you familiar with Hartsville?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How far is that out? Let me pull up the barn. Hold on a minute. And I'll show you the rest of the info. 1 second. That's related to Sebastian. Heard it on the scanner a little bit after 9 something this morning. The address is 1933. The owners know Chris and Katie, and it sits on 5 acres. Does have a pond, and it is relatively near where Mom and Sebastian went. And bowled and ate the day before he went missing. Okay.
What
And
did she say the address was?
it is 1933.
Is that in Dixon Springs? Or is it actually in?
I'm guessing it's actually. Wait a minute. I'm in. Is it Truesdale County? Latimer, past Gallatin, where the
Yeah.
45 minutes from Hendersonville, past Gallatin.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is what it looks like. Hold on a minute. Interesting. Thank you, folks, for presenting me this stuff.
They said it is related to Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
They said that on the radio.
No. What they were talking to each other, sending me this stuff, and they're related. So this is the barn that's on the property, and I guess the pond is up here on this hill up here, and they're up there checking it out for some reason. And the people that own this property, it's 5 acres. They know the Proudfoots. Mm-hmm. And there's people out here and around it. So in Hartsville, and there's more, and they said that there's more sheriffs coming in right now. You can hear it on the scanner. Oh Lord. And that's where EquiSearch is at. Oh Lord, please. And how far is that from you? Like it's 45 minutes out, they said. You probably couldn't get on property though.
Watch me. I'm just kidding.
I shouldn't have said that. I know
No,
better.
but I do have a telescoping lens that could get on the property.
Yeah, that's a good point. So, oh God, prayers and fingers crossed, guys, that's not the deal. But I don't know. I mean, if nothing else, at least it would be over with. Okay, at least that part would be, and then we got to figure out what happened. The fact it is private property, but the fact that these people know the family is weird to me. That's all I'm saying.
So I mean, 40 minutes. It's a 40-minute drive for us, give or take. Show him that,
Let me show the map to you real quick.
the
Where it's
top
at.
view. Yeah, where that water is at. They're hearing on the scanner. A
All right,
bunch
so
of
this
sheriffs.
is the map that was given to me. 48 minutes.
What?
There's Hendersonville right there.
You got
Yeah, do that first one that you showed me. The over. Well, heck, I can just
Oh, okay. Sorry, hold on.
particular location that we can, if we can just get an address
right here.
coordinates.
The address is 1933. All right, hold on a minute. Let me pull up this one too. Yeah, I forgot that Cletus is from this area, and you're a transplant.
Is
You might
it
a little better.
what are they on the Sumner County?
It looks like Dixon Springs.
It is Dixon Springs, but are they on the Sumner County Sheriff scanner?
That I don't know. They're calling it Trousdale County.
Yeah, it is.
So this is if you can see it,
That's
Cletus.
it right there. See it?
Yeah.
That's the water. It's Golden Hollow Road. And there's like a big red barn somewhere over here on this property that leads up to it.
But allegedly they know Chris and Katie.
Yeah, I'll read the piece to you again that says, look at the latest News 5 with Barris. Midwest Equisearch said that they were going to be searching that area today. They call other nonprofit who are divers, water searchers, while dive team does their thing. Owners know Chris and Katie, and it sits on 5 acres. They have a pond. It is relatively near where Mom and Sebastian went and bowled and ate the day before. So it's not that far out from that area where they were at for the restaurant and stuff. And then the rest of it, did you see this part here? Cletus, probably not. Hold on.
No, I've been gone for about an hour.
Gotcha. Business. So this is the other. There's a barn here. I guess there's a lot of incoming sheriff's deputies that are coming in more and more, I guess. This is a big pond up here on this hill.
Is this a picture of it right now? There's a cop there.
Yeah, there's a few of them there, actually. There's more cruisers to the right over here. I had to enlarge the picture. There's like 2 or 3 there now, and there's more coming in. And this, like I said, the big pond is up on the hill up here. They're in Hartsville in Tennessee, Terry, not Hartville, Ohio, where we're at. And I'm going to hold out hope too, SRB, but we got to be real, I guess. Golden Hollow Road, that's the name of the road. 1933 Golden Hollow Road, Cletus.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, somebody said something about they heard them dispatching more on the scanner. Is it Sumner County scanner?
What channel are you listening to that you heard it on, War Eagle? Is it Sumner County EMS, Sumner County Police and Fire, or whatever the hell it's called, or Sumner County Sheriff? I'm sorry. The guy reporting it just drove by and saw them all looking into the pond and a bunch of sheriff cars and more coming. Okay. Who's reporting it, Eagle? Is that near Latimer? Yeah, I think it is, actually.
No. Well, it's Latimer Road or Latimer the town? Or what?
Are you talking about Latimer the road or Latimer the town, Philip?
Because, I mean, this location is not close to Hendersonville.
It says it's 45 minutes out from Hendersonville.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a haul.
Is this
there's not a direct route to it. You got to go kind of. Yeah, it's a lot of back road
over the mountains and through the woods.
Oh, okay. So the pictures were taken by a local that lives out there that was listening to the scanner as well, I guess. That's in the Facebook group. He took these pictures showing it.
Oh, let me look at the Facebook group then.
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the one. Which Facebook group?
Oh, I see it. I got it.
Okay.
That's in Smith County.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that what it says? Okay.
Yeah, that's what we were looking at.
Yeah, I don't know this area at all.
I'm trying to see.
That's what I was trying to think. I was thinking it was Smith County.
Yeah, it looks like it says it's in Hartsville on the other map, and it's 48 minutes from.
It's actually in a community called Dixon Springs.
It's Dixon Springs.
Yeah, it's
Is
not.
that
It's
like
it's halfway between Hartsville and Lafayette.
okay? And Bethpage and Lebanon and all that are all around it. Portland,
Yeah.
Lebanon.
Yeah.
Lebanon. Lebanon.
Levi, Lebanon.
I'm trying to look at the dang sheriff car. I want to see who that is. I can't tell.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can get the other picture to pop up.
Well, I've got it. I just can't.
That one might be bitter.
Sheriff something?
It's white with blue.
It looks green to me.
You know what? You might. I think it is green. It says sheriff, but I can't say. Damn it!
Right? Like I can't tell. Look at the. Well, I can figure it out myself. Never mind.
Wait a minute. Let me try the glasses things and see if that helps me to see the bottom.
Smith County.
I'm doing it.
What would be C? Shit. I can't see it. Damn it!
It don't look like Smith County's car.
I don't think it is Smith. The last letters look like CL or something.
Maybe it's Trousdale.
Maybe.
That is it. Trousdale. Yeah, because there's a T. I see it. Trousdale. That's right.
Something like this out there, but it's not necessarily related because that wouldn't be shocking for something to have happened in that area.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of problems in that area.
I'd be more concerned if there were photos of like Sumner County out there because they are charged.
Wouldn't they have to bring in the local county first and then have them assist?
Yeah, if somebody found something or something to draw sheriff's departments out, then I would think Trousdale would respond first.
And then
I do agree. But if EquiSearch was already there,
right? Yep, that is who it is. Clue. Look, I found it.
Yeah, I saw the car. I'm like, yeah, that's who that is. Yep.
Hartsville, Trousdale County. That's what it says. Okay. That's wild. Our sheriff's deputies' vehicles are all black and yellow. It says it's a code 2 on the scanner, no lights, no sirens. What is oh shit. Okay.
Oh.
That means they need to hurry up and get there, but they don't want to spook anything.
That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
How do y'all know that the code? They said no lights, no sirens.
They say it when they come across the scanner. Code 2, run lights, no sirens. That's usually how they do it. And when they do that, that means that they want them to be able to get through traffic and get there now, but they don't want to spook anybody. So that is even if it's listen, Cletus, even if it's not related, that's weird that there's ties to the Proudfoots. You know what I'm saying?
Well, are we sure of that?
That's my question.
How do you guys get that info that there's ties to the Proudfoots? Urgent lights, no sirens, right? Okay. And code 5, at least here, it means full bore, lights and sirens, everything. Balls to the wall. Or if it's hurry up and no sirens because the outcome is not good. I don't know. Other people go. I understand, Victoria. I'm just saying if there is a link to the Proudfoots, it's just very ironic, and I'd just like to know how they know that. That's all. It's interesting that they are urgently being requested. Either way, whatever it is. Code 1 is lights and sirens in Alabama. Got you. See, everything's different in different places. Now I want to know. I'm about to wonder if did we figure out which channel it is on the scanner? They probably went to channel 2 if that's the case, though.
Yeah.
It's down the road from 1933. That picture would have been taken right there, looking at that pond.
Yeah. I mean, they're probably just, well, I mean, it's a 5-acre plot of land.
Okay.
So.
Mm-hmm.
Place is so remote that Google Maps hasn't even driven there.
They don't want
Yeah, you can't drop your
drop there.
man on the
that's all
street.
I'm saying. It's out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, that would be understandable if you're trying to hide something. Not to,
Sure.
you know what I'm saying? You wouldn't expect people to go looking there.
You're not able to stream from it, but
You said that they are listening to the Sumner County, right?
I didn't get an answer. I'm pulling it up. I'm pulling up Trousdale County right now to see if they're coming across on the scanner. Sorry. All right. It's on. There's just no traffic right this second, but I can hear it. I don't know if you can hear it or not, but just Latimer was mentioned. It's wired. Weird things. Okay, no problem. Maybe the other one too. Well, they're probably all going to be linked together if they're. A local just said it's 20 minutes from Gallatin, where the Bower Sox live. Okay. Got you.
I don't know about that. 20 minutes.
Well, maybe how fast he drives.
What from Hendersonville it's 30. What did I say? 32 miles.
Yeah.
It ain't no 20 minutes right now in 5 o'clock traffic. I promise you that. 4 o'clock.
No, I got the scanner on, and it's on, but there's no traffic at this moment. I guess I'll sit here for a few more minutes and see if anything pops up. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that, Brandy. I hope he's okay, and I definitely will. Give him a hug for me. I hope he's all right. Did they give him a COVID test, Brandy? Or did they not do that in the school? They do that here automatically.
In school?
Yeah, they'll do that in the school here.
What?
Yeah, the nurse gives them a COVID test in the school if they come into the office with any kind of those symptoms, and they test them.
Mm.
I mean, you have to, they ask the parents' permission if you're, of course, allowed to. Yeah, forget COVID, check for flu. That's what's been going around, is that flu B or whatever the hell it's called.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, I mean, they don't test them in the nurse's office for the flu.
Nope, just the COVID.
Which is just as contagious, probably maybe more.
Actually, I think the flu, the flu B or the long flu that I had is worse than damn COVID, in my opinion.
Yeah, their radio is uber silent if you've got it on.
I have it on. It's just that fuzz. That's on Trousdale County. And it's up and going. There's 25 people listening to it.
Jesus.
I don't know. Should I check Sumner County instead?
Well, that would be my thing. Like if I heard them say something like to Sumner, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, now we got a problem.
Okay, so I got another one too. Hold on a minute, guys. I guess this is coming out of the Facebook page. This is for Sebastian. I heard it on the scanner just a little bit after 9. Same thing. Something this morning. That address is 1933. Owners know Chris and Katie, and it sits on 5 acres. Does have a pond, if I'm correct. It also ties back to someone in New Mexico. This is near where they went bowling and had dinner also. I think it's about 30 minutes, if I'm correct. Okay. Trousdale County, Jody. Salty, yes, we're still here. Something came up that sheriff's deputies are searching an area about 45 minutes from Hendersonville. And they're calling in more the sheriff's deputies running code 2, which is all lights, no sirens. I don't know what the deal is with it yet, but I'm trying to find it on the scanner. Let me go back to Sumner real quick. Just a second here. Yeah, there's nothing coming off of Sumner. Hold on a minute. Okay, so it's only listed as Trousdale then. Yep, that's the one. Well, it's active, but there's no traffic right now. And let me see here, because I have 3 options for that. I have Trousdale County Sheriff, Trousdale County Rescue, and then another one for the sheriff, and it's just fuzz. Or Eagle, it would either be Smith County or Trousdale County. Okay, let me go to Smith then. Thank you. Isn't that what you guys said, Clue? Smith something?
Well, that's what I saw in one spot, but I'm trying to figure it out for sure.
I mean, it's the Trousdale is the sheriff in the yard.
So that's Smith County Fire and EMS.
Yeah, Dixon Springs is in Smith County.
Okay, this is Smith County Sheriff Fire and EMS that I have. That's the only thing I've heard so far. Hereford Police, Smith County Sheriff, Hereford Police and Fire. That's Texas now. Tyler Police and Tyler Fire. That's Texas. So it's that one in Tennessee. Okay. Stop keying up the mic and speak.
Yeah.
Oh, no big deal, Moonlit. I have enough years I can understand just about most of what they're saying, even in different areas. It all mostly means the same thing. He said far back side of Smith County, close to Trousdale. Okay. Well, that would explain. Salty, are you picking up anything under Smith County or are you picking it up under Trousdale? I got nothing off Trousdale, but I got that from Smith County. And it, like I said, if they're drawing in more deputies, rolling them with lights, then there's something that they have going on. They don't do that for nothing. Both counties. Yeah. I heard something. Smith is quiet now too, but I keep hearing a mic break, like they keep keying their microphones.
The weirdest part is the lights, no sirens.
That means urgent, but be quiet. Like I said, they may be trying not to spook people. What does the area look like on a map? It's definitely rural. Here, I'll show you, B. Hold on a minute. There's a lot of like farmland, basically, is what it looks like. That's what it looks like on the map. 10-7. That typically means on scene. So there's the water up here. This is I'm guessing, just like farmland. No, Carolyn, he definitely didn't walk this far. I mean, he could have, but I don't think he did. But that doesn't mean that he's not there, unfortunately. They have TAC channels not advertised unless you. Oh yeah, I do have that, Neil. I kept my one radio from when I retired from the fire department. It's a base radio. And then I also have an app in my phone. It's about 45 to 48 minutes from the home, Casey.
Ring? Oh.
Yeah, there's chatter in Smith, but nothing in Sumner or Trousdale. That's what I have too, Salty, as a base. I have a base, and then I have, like I said, I have an app that runs through my phone too. I wish I still had my pager because that picks up even the clouded channels, but I don't have that anymore. What is the route from the burger joint to this farm? I don't know. I don't even know where the restaurant was. Do you know where that's at, Clue?
It was
Center Point Road in Hendersonville.
the Texas.
Oh, Texas Roadhouse. I don't know the address of it, but it's the only one in
Either.
Hendersonville.
You know how far that might be from here, Cletus?
From where? From that location?
The restaurant.
Probably, it's probably 50 miles.
Okay. I got you, Salty. I understand, and that's possible too, Kimber. That or they'll go to channel 2. That way, because they know a lot of people have scanners and they don't want, and they know probably people are listening. So
all of this information came from the Facebook group.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say, Cletus? I'm sorry.
I was just asking, all this information came from the Facebook group, and it's the Finding Sebastian Rogers Facebook group, I assume.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's another good point too, D. If he is up, well, if they're not looking in the pond per se, and just on the property, then sirens could scare him. That's true. I'm hearing another channel has it live. Where at, War Eagle? Because I'll turn it on right now. I don't care. Hold on. Yeah, we're not supposed to have it here either. That's why I kept my base radio, because they blocked out everything else on regular scanners. And when they went to a CAD system, only fire and EMS, right? They don't allow for the police stuff to go out, true. I can pick up the sheriff's department, the state highway patrol, the local police, and the 2 other cities, but not through here. Mm-hmm. Hey, Mama Bear.
46. They're along 101 South with 4.
Did he say what channel was live?
She's checking now and getting back to me. I'm trying to wait to get it so I can throw it up here. I don't know who the hell would have it, but
Well, I mean, if it was posted in Facebook, anybody could go out there.
337 65245 65245
these are a lot of different cars that are going 10-7, which is on scene from my understanding. They're all coming in with different numbers, so it sounds like different deputies or whatever, different cars.
What do you say?
So a lot of different cars coming on scene.
That's all I've heard so far, is like they'll come in with their unit number and then say 10-7, and then they'll give the time through dispatch. And I've heard that 4 different times now, and they're all different numbers, so that's different units to me. So they must be getting on scene there. I'd like to know what channel has this live.
Right.
Somebody came in salty and said that they had somebody else that found it and threw it into the Discord, and then she alerted me to it. That's how we found it. What are you confused about, Carito? No, they're saying, Becky, they're saying like 36 10-7, 64 10-7, 17 10-7, meaning that they're on scene. And then they give them their time. A dispatch will give them their time that they're calling that in. Hold up here. Any more? Hendersonville Fire and Rescue Scanner. Okay. I'm not getting anything for that, War Eagle. Let me try something else. I had to do this the other night. There we go. All right. So, is there a channel, War Eagle, that is a YouTube channel or just a scanner channel?
That's what we're looking for. A YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm. I don't see it.
I don't either.
I think she was talking about a scanner, like her. Yeah, that's what I pulled up, and it came up Hendersonville Fire Dispatch. That's the only thing that shows. I don't know. Do you guys know if JLR went back to Tennessee?
He's supposed to come back this weekend. What do you posted?
Gotcha. It was Clue and Cletus. I heard it too. It did sound creepy.
What?
Dude was like, "Who's whispering? It's creepy shit."
Oh yeah, that was us.
Sorry, I was trying not to talk over your stream.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay. Have a good day, Zelda.
I mean, there's literally 101 comments on this. Let me look at the most recent.
The Facebook thing? Oh, that's a good point too. Tomorrow, Pam says, okay. Let's see it live. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the last post was like 24 minutes ago.
Like I said, if there's anybody out there, they probably got them blocked out.
Yeah.
They're not letting anybody back in there, I'm sure.
Not if they don't even want the dang on sirens on. Crazy because it's not a populated area.
Right.
Oh, but you have a lot of recreational laboratories out in that part of the
Meth labs.
Huh?
Meth labs.
Yeah.
That I mean,
that is true. That's why
that county is not necessarily unknown for that.
Right.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of alternatives to a sad ending to this, but if they're running out there with their lights or their sirens off, then yeah, that is a good point that it may.
Thank you, Mom Bear.
So I don't know. Hopefully somebody reported they saw him out there and they're out there to make sure.
Yeah, but staring in a pond.
Shack Lady just said that in another's chat, someone mentioned an ambulance was spotted nearby where they are searching. Have you heard anything? No. I know who you meant, Shack Lady. That's okay. I see you go. Thank you for being here. Sorry, we're quiet. We're trying to pick up this stuff on a scanner. Everyone's listening to Trousdale. I have that on, but it's like radio silent. I can hear it rolling, but it's not. Nothing's coming across it. And I'm bouncing back and forth between the sheriff and the county and the county rescue. Ambulance is on standby as protocol. Yeah, that's true too. That's for anything. Where did that come at? Where did that come across that War Eagle where they said code 2 and they were calling the other sheriff deputies in? Well, that's what we're trying to do, Carolyn. Trying to get some kind of confirmation as to what the hell's going on. Oh, I wonder. Let me see something.
Hold on. It was an hour ago.
Okay, thank you, Shack Lady. I hear your dog growling.
Yeah, they're wrestling.
Look at my new little one. Did you see my new little one? You haven't seen Alfie yet?
I don't think so.
Oh, good Lord. He's a little too cute. He looks like a giant dust. Well, he's not giant. A little dust mop. Hold on a minute. Oh, he's in his cage sleeping. I ain't gonna mess with him because he's wild. He's just a little. I think he's a Pekingese mixed with something else. Hey, Brookie. Code 2. It meant lights with urgency or something else down there, meaning that they're rolling with their lights but no sirens. They were radioing for them to come to that location, come in that direction, or come in that way. CL. Run their lights with no sirens going. So I don't know what the deal is. And I don't know what protocol is for that down there. I mean, typically, if we did that here, it was to come in quiet, is what that means. Using the lights to get here in a hurry, but not sirens, so that you don't let everybody know you're coming.
Right.
It was based on a post for somebody that was there taking pictures, and then this. I don't know where the somebody heard that on a scanner, Salty. And they gave the address, which was that, hold on a minute, 1933 Golden Hollow Road, sorry. And that's that property I showed you guys. Sounds like you got something going on by your house.
Yep.
That was an ambulance.
Yeah, it's always something going on around here. I told you it's like our traffic starts at like 4 o'clock. It's not 5, it's 4. Because a lot of people work at Vanderbilt
Mm-hmm.
and then drive back here, and they
Mm-hmm.
get off shift changes 3 o'clock.
Gotcha. That's all I could hear was I can tell what the vehicle is by listening to it without seeing it. But of course I don't know what's going on.
That's so weird. Multiple law enforcement and emergency vehicles, officers standing around the edge of the pond looking into the water.
Oh, it's okay, Salty. Don't worry about it. You're fine.
So the person who posted it is talking something like, no, someone said no way he walked 32 miles. And they say nope. And it's really rough terrain too. We are hikers. There's no way a kid is doing that without shoes.
Um, I mean, yeah, it didn't look that bad. I mean, it just looked like I couldn't see it up close, but
That's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, I mean, it didn't.
mm-mm. But again, somebody could have taken him out there. I think if he's out there, I don't think he walked there. I'll say that much. Yeah, sorry guys.
Well,
It is rough, I'm sure. He said the terrain was rough. Okay.
yeah, that's what that person said. It was.
Mhm. Probably not, because it's where this is located, Kimber, based on what Cletus said, it's way out there. Like it's not anywhere near like
I mean,
popular.
so let me explain something though. Hold on, because Cletus, when I tell y'all hermit, okay,
Mm-hmm.
like before we moved here, he was not like this. Like we would go out and eat. We lived in the country and we'd have to go to the city to eat. And we would drive like 30, 45 minutes to go get dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if he got to drive 10 minutes to pick up a pizza like he did last night, he's like, this is crazy. So for him to say like it's out there, it could just be like 30 minutes away.
I got you.
But for most people, it's like I'll drive 30 minutes to get somewhere.
No, see, that's if I got to drive more than 10 minutes, that's too far for me to go to eat. I agree. Unless I'm directly looking for like a specialized restaurant or something that is a half hour, 45 minutes away, which I wouldn't
Right.
do. I wouldn't do that on a regular, that's for fact.
Well, that's
But
why I
like,
told him I don't understand your exes. If you don't like to drive to go get food and you live in the country and you picked a woman that don't cook, you gonna starve. You know what I mean?
I mean, gotta love Uber Eats or DoorDash or whatever you got.
They don't come out. What do you mean? They don't come out here.
Well, then, really? Because I live out in BFE and they come here.
We don't get no pizza. Now we do have a thing called foodies.
Yeah,
It's like
you told me about that before.
you can get like 3 restaurants.
That's about well, our DoorDash. That's about what we get. We get McDonald's, Taco Bell, Burger King, and one other place that's in another city, which blew my mind. But that's it.
Oh, he's going back by in a few minutes. Sorry, I'm just
Victoria just said his name is JT Olson. Does that name sound familiar to anybody?
Why would we know that name?
I don't know if he's got a channel or.
Oh, that's a good.
Let me look real quick.
You're like, is that familiar? I'm like, I don't know him.
Right. Hold on a minute. No. What the hell? You came up.
Me?
Must have been the last channel I looked up. That's probably why. Nope. Not this one. This is some kind of a soccer player thing. Thank you, Victoria. Yeah, no, nothing comes up. It looks like he's an athlete. I don't
That's
know.
kind of creepy.
What?
The United Cajun Navy put a post out 2 hours ago. Please say an extra prayer today for Sebastian Rogers, his family, friends, volunteers, and law enforcement. Hashtag United Strength.
Wait a minute. Salty, how can you not get DoorDash? Don't you work for DoorDash or one of those things? Yeah, it's true too, Terry. He said there is a smaller farm nearby that does have pigs in a wooded area and some old rundown buildings scattered about in the woods. Interesting. Oh, too far from. Yeah, that's what my problem is too.
Pigs in a wooded area and some older and down buildings scattered about in the woods.
Ellen Robinson says, just saying on map it shows through Lebanon, all bases covered. What do you mean by that, Ellen? What was the meaning behind the pink pig? Because that is psychic. I don't remember.
Oh, that's that psychic.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Remember, I think it's a she, said to look around pink pig. Oh, I'll tell you one thing I'll look at. Hold on.
That's interesting.
She said something about pigs, a star, maybe. Like a barn with a star on it.
That barn, tell me that barn doesn't have a star on it.
Did you look?
You can't see the front of it. It just shows the side of it. Damn it. Hold up. Let me look again.
I know, and you can't drop your little man down there to be nosy.
Nope. He was like, I don't go that far. Well, shit.
What was the address? 9133?
1933. And there's definitely law enforcement out there standing on the outside edge of the pond.
Where do you see that?
The picture I'm looking at. Hold on a minute. 1 second. It's a far away picture, but look. 1 second. There's one on that end. You can see him standing there looking at the pond, which is what was stated, but he's just standing there at the edge of the pond looking at him. I think it's law enforcement because of what the clothing looks like, but I could be wrong. Most barns do have a star. Oh, well, I don't know. We have a star in my house. Big red star.
What kind of law he is, but
Maybe he's a rescue worker. That could be he could be wearing it. I don't know. There's a person standing there. I see that.
looks like he's on a phone or something.
I can't tell.
Well, he's got his hand up to ain't that his hand?
It could be. It's very blurry.
It's like he's got almost like a hat, or maybe that's a bald head, but it looks like he's almost looks like Sarge talking on the phone right there.
I doubt that it is, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Maybe he's just taking a leak. I mean,
Oh
that'd
my
be a
gosh.
hell of a picture. Looks like a regular search. Well, so far, yeah. Um, Come on with the scanner. Somebody say something. Damn.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's really quiet. Unless it's like you said, they went to like.
Channel 2 or something. They do that a lot when they're in the midst of something because they don't want everybody to hear what they're doing. Mm. Let's see.
Oh man, they are going in on.
Mm.
They are going in on poor Seth right now. On somebody posted something on Reddit or Facebook, and they're.
Mm. What are they saying about Seth?
Hold on.
Yep.
Police officers have a very high rate for DV and child abuse. Da, 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 da.
Mm-hmm.
There's someone with some sense. You don't know any of these people to be picking sides. The only person you should feel sorry for is Sebastian, not any of his parents.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Thank you, Gray. Thank you for joining us today.
And you know what else I want to look at
Mm.
is if there's a difference in like the training or something when you're a sheriff deputy versus just like a jail deputy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They have completely different training.
That's what I was thinking, but
They do. They do. Unless you work both. You can be trained as a patrol officer and work the jail at the same time, and you get both all that training. Or you can just be a patrol officer or just a jailer. A lot of times, county jail has jailers that aren't trained to be patrol officers. So we don't have city jail here anymore. It's all county. Everybody that gets busted or gets whatever, they go directly to the county. Wherever you get arrested at, city or no city, you go to the county. They shut down all the local city jails.
y'all see all that a new change in topics until we hear more on this. But did you hear about everybody getting all up in arms over oddly enough, the Texas Roadhouse?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, they allowed a dog who had been deployed twice to eat steak at the table in the restaurant. And people are like, ugh. a dog, no place, a restaurant's no place for a dog. People are clapping back like, I'd rather sit beside of him than some bratty kids kicking my booth and everything. And it's like, he served the country. Let the man or the dog
Let
have
the
a seat.
dog. Yeah, right. I agree with that. That's
It's
crazy.
so cute. His little picture is adorable.
Bariqua, we're waiting on confirmation of something going on at a specific farm outside of the Hendersonville area with law enforcement. Possibly. We don't know yet for sure. Hmm.
Look on that.
It says there's multiple law enforcement and emergency vehicles, officers standing around edge of the pond looking into the water. Okay. I don't know if they're waiting on somebody in particular but this is based on the fact that that's the area that EquiSearch was supposed to search today.
I wonder how they know that.
No idea.
Like, I find it just.
Okay, and so the person, to answer your question from back a little ways, Salty, it's from the Facebook group. It says, I'm trying to get more info. Says, hey everyone, I'm in Trousdale County and just literally drove by this major search going on in a huge pond on a farm. Multiple law enforcement and emergency vehicles officers standing around the edge of the pond looking into the water. And then says it's 45 minutes from Hendersonville, past Gallatin, where the Bowerstocks lived. Gave me a map, and it says, what the hell? He mentioned something about a shrimp farm, but I immediately asked if it was a catfish farm. Not that I. Oh, shit. Oh. I do remember hearing about that now. Not that I necessarily believe in psychics, but I have seen them mentioning catfish on multiple occasions.
No, that's true because that's why we were going out. Somebody actually called me and left a message saying to check that this like pond, catfish pond, behind their house. So that's why we were going to search up there, and then we wound up talking to one of the guy who owned the land, right? So
That's somebody just said that's the one that's helping CJ. Is that true? The Tara, the one, is she the one that's helping CJ? I guess he's being helped by some kind of a psychic or something.
Oh, I have no idea.
Catfish or bottom feeders opinionated. I don't know if what I think I know what you're asking. I don't think they'll eat that, but I know they eat like everything on the bottom of the pond. I love catfish too. One of my favorite things to eat.
It's just, I find it weird that they would post like where they're searching, especially with all the crap that happened with the United. Like, why would EquiSearch put where they were searching?
Okay, so Crit Cat 53 says Trousdale Sheriff addressed the situation. Where and when, Crit Cat, and where did you see this? It's okay, opinionated. I get it.
Okay, here it is. It's on the Trousdale County Sheriff Department Facebook page.
That's what I was trying to find when I was sitting here and I couldn't figure it out. What does it say?
Yeah.
It says on Wednesday, 4/3/24 at about 1:30 p.m., sheriff's deputies assisted by Tennessee Highway Patrol trooper and his canine responded to a call of two missing children on Golden Hollow Road. The boys, 1-3 and 1-4, were last seen playing in the yard. They tracked the boys from the scene through the woods and rough terrain, locating them about 35 minutes later. So that's what that's about.
Oh, somebody put that in here already. JLR said 2 boys found safe.
Yeah, so that was just posted 7 minutes ago on Trousdale County Sheriff Department's Facebook.
Is he talking?
I was muted. Sorry. So I just got it at the same time. So, all right, there it is. And there's the boys, and they're safe, and that's good. So, at least we figured it out.
Woo, tough break, because there's a SO that lives right across the road from that address y'all gave.
Yeah, right. That's crazy.
Legitimately right across the road.
I searched the area and literally, they've got them graded by colored dots, and one of the only ones that lives in the area just so happens to be violent and lives right across the ridge.
Oh, I hope those people know that. Shit.
I know, letting them kids play outside. Which, I mean, they got to live their lives, but if you're not watching them to the point where they can just wander off, then you might want to.
Right. Mind the Monsters just said that her stepdaughter lives up there and they're still searching the pond. So I don't know then. Maybe they're doing both today. Maybe that happened. How the hell does JLR know this stuff so fast?
Because he has 100,000 followers. That'll be like, look, let me tell you what's going on. That's my niece's nephew's daughter's sister, and all that happened is she lost her kids. Okay, nothing to it. Just keep moving.
I'm waiting to see a picture of him pop up there too somehow, like he's standing behind the sheriff, like pointing, like he does. You know what I mean?
He'll be there this weekend, I'm sure.
You know what's You know what's so funny? Like, you have not lived. There you go, and you have not lived until you see him do that in person, talking to his audience while you're standing there, and he pops his hand back like, we don't know. Yeah. Like, he really, it was so funny.
Right. I can imagine. Every one of his pictures, you see him doing it, or like he uses food for props a lot. I know they're toast, and here's some toast. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Caroline. Every time I mention the SO, you ask me, "Is it a trailer?" Every time.
Is it a trailer? His grandmother lived. Okay. All right, folks. Well, at least false alarm. Thank you guys for hanging with us the whole time. And Clue and you and Cletus as well. Hold on a minute. I'm on my phone. It types what it was it still are they? Oh, are they still? So no, hon. They found the kids and everything's good. She was saying they are, and I got what you're saying. Thank you though.
JLR went to the hood in Memphis.
Did he really?
Someone said he was making me he made me so nervous walking in Memphis in the hood. He had no idea how bad that area is. Oh my gosh, yeah.
I'm not surprised. I watched the video when he was in, Jesus, I don't know where he was. It was somewhere down south. The next thing you know, he shows up on the Cincinnati Bridge here in Ohio, and he's walking the bridge, topping and talking to people about the football. I'm like, what the hell? Where did you come from? I swear to God, he was down in Florida or something, and then he's in Cincinnati.
Oh yeah, he's
all over the
Can you
damn place.
imagine his frequent flyer miles?
Oh, he probably flies free or gets comped rooms or some shit at this point.
But you know what? I mean, I would him being in the hood in Memphis. I mean, y'all, he has been to prison. I'm just saying, I'm not airing his business. He's not shy about saying that. So
I still can't get past the day that he went to Idaho and that crazy guy with the flags all over his vehicle like went after him.
Oh
That
yeah, JLR's hiding in his car. He
yeah,
barely rolls the window down.
he's got it down like this. He was like, "I'm allowed to be here. You back away from my car. I know what I'm doing." It was too funny. I swear to God. It is what it is. All right, guys. I think that's going to do it for today. Thank you for the info, War Eagle. I'm sorry it was well, I'm glad kind of in a way that it was a false alarm because I'm still have high hopes that Sebastian's going to be found and he's going to come home.
Yeah.
Safe and sound. That's it's in my stomach, but it's in my heart, but I have other feelings in my stomach is what I'm trying to say. Sorry.
Did you see that post or hear that recording, Dago?
Which one? I don't think I did. Oh, okay. Where'd you go? Can you try that again? Did she do that on purpose again? Oh, you're such an asshat. I swear to God. Don't forget that because I'm going to do it to you too. Anyway, thank you guys very, very much for tuning in today. It was a great show as always. Everybody's input. Appreciate it very much. Thank you, Clue, for telling everybody you know, input with giving everybody the input for where you guys went this morning. I appreciate that very much. Guys, I should be here tonight. I'm trying to do a prep for the Idaho hearing for tomorrow. So tune in if you're interested in that. I appreciate every one of you guys. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves. And I will see you very soon. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye, folks.